Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Winter's End, Dashing Through the Snow. This dream is the worst. Rukia-chan, what are you doing? The worst, because in it, I can't move. And it makes me sick when she looks back over her shoulder, all innocent and pure, to respond, this is homework. They assign it in the modern schools nowadays. You don't say. Wait for it. Here it comes. He's going to do it right, now. Smile. Ah, but look at the little illustrations you made. They really do highlight your work, Rukia-chan. Right there. It's in the way he smiles. The way he says her name. The way he looks at her. And she doesn't notice it. She can't see how dangerous he really is. Rukia just flushes and points proudly at her drawings. This one I had to erase and redo 3 times to get it right. The arms wouldn't work, but I knew if I kept trying. I growl before I can think to stop. I've done this so many times, and each one comes as a surprise. It's because I can never quite rid myself of the hope that maybe for once it will be different. Maybe, like I thought at the time when this actually took place, they won't hear me. How hard is it to ignore someone in my situation? Happens regularly in my experience. So why not now? Just once let it be the same here. Whoever's running this show, I'm asking you to change it. Please. They don't hear me. He does. Not Rukia. Just him. He turns his head towards me. I can see his eyebrows lift in surprise, like he really had forgotten I was there. For a little bit we only stare at one another, and I want to stop, look away. So what if I lose the contest? This isn't anything worth getting childish over. There's something really bad in the works. If I look away, maybe he won't figure it out. I just can't. If I do, it means I gave up. I didn't care about her enough, or more about myself. I won't do that. Not then, and not now. So instead I stare right back at him. At first he's still confused, when out of nowhere it seems to hit him, and without warning, he smiles at me. Rukia can't see. Her back is turned to him, and she's busy with more of her work. She doesn't see the way he looks right then. Evil. That smile is just plain evil. It's wicked, unpleasant, and it shows that he's figured me out. He's a predator. I know, and he knows that I know. He also knows that I'm not going to do anything about it. Because this guy can tell I'm afraid of him. How could I not be? Before I met Rukia, there was nothing that scared me more than a Shinigami. And that right there is Death God in spades. I've seen the face of death itself. I remember how it looks when someone doesn't care at all if you live or die. This guy is the same. He'll kill me. But he'll laugh about it, that's the difference. He thinks it's funny. Like I'm a joke. Mocking me with his nasty, evil sneer. He's laughing on the inside. He loves it so much. Loves that I can't do anything to stop him. As proof of this, he lifts his hand. I can only watch in renewed anguish and dread as he reaches for her. Rukia, still absorbed with scribbling away, doesn't take any notice of this. Me, I want to scream my head off, command him to get away or else. Not that it would do any good. Nobody sees what I see. I'm the observer, not a participant. He never takes his eyes off me. Still smiling, letting me know what he's going to do. Don't you dare. He's about to touch her. I'm almost in tears. Don't you dare. Rukia-chan. And he reaches past her to point at the paper. Think you forgot something on this problem. Where? She peers at the part he's referring to. It's so cute and so terrifyingly oblivious how her face scrunches up in concentration, then clears. Ah. You're right. Why didn't I see that? Oh, it's easy to miss what's right in front of you. Especially when it's small. He says that while looking at me. Another insult. Telling me I'm not even worth noticing. I'm nothing. I don't count. And he's still laughing about it, damn him. After he's done toying with me, he stands up. Well, I think I'll get us all something to drink. Where do they keep the liquor hereabouts? Rukia chews her pencil, gazing abstractly at the equation to make sure there's nothing else she's overlooked. I've never seen any, actually. The father doesn't seem to drink, regardless of the occasion. Perhaps he mistrusts any alcohol he doesn't brew personally. A wise precaution. Stretching his arms overhead, he yawns, boasting about himself with every movement. Another slight against me. I'll just take whatever I can find. Be back soon. Try not to get lost in any mirrors, she advises. I make no promises. As he leaves, the bastard pats me on the head. This time I can't jerk away. Take care of her now, little one. That sick, oily smirk stays right in place. I want to tear his head off. But I'm helpless. Then he's gone, and it's just me and her, and I'm going to wake up. Khan drifted awake. There was darkness all around him, and for a few terrifying seconds he felt as if something dangerous had followed him out of the dream. He could swear he caught a flash of movement out of the corner of his eye. Mercifully it wasn't true. Being assured of that, the mod soul heaved a grateful sigh. He then subtly examined his surroundings. The girls were asleep in their beds. Khan himself was propped up on a dresser amidst all manner of sappy stuffed dolls and assorted critters. No matter how he pleaded, more often than not this was where he wound up spending his nights. It wasn't a bad deal, all things considered. Beats living on the street. Although he did often wonder if being homeless would prove half so undignified as this situation. The window shades were closed, but something about the light still coming through caught Khan's attention. On further reflection he decided to take a closer look. With great care not to make too much noise the animated doll leapt to the floor. Cat-like reflexes, he congratulated himself. He then crept towards the window. One of the girls stirred restlessly in her sleep and Khan went still, prepared to play possum if necessary. Regardless of whichever it was there might be trouble. At the very least the bossy one would give him a tongue-lashing come the morning. Maybe even report him to the dragon lady when she came into work. The very thought had his stuffed knees trembling. Better to go through another bedroom tea party with all the other room mascots than endure that again. To his relief the kid only settled in to make herself more comfortable before dropping back to sleep. Thanking his lucky stars, the lion plushie vaulted nimbly atop the windowsill. He parted the curtains a crack and peered outside. All around, Karakara town lay under a blanket of white snow. Khan gazed upon this tranquil setting with a measure of wonder. There were tiny filigrees of frost crawling around the edges of the window. He examined them intently before turning his attention back to the city. The snow was still falling, big heavy flakes that spun round one another on their journey to the ground, each one adding ever so minutely to the perception of perfect harmony. Not a single car engine could be heard, no dog barking or any such thing. Overhead shone the stars against a backdrop of blue velvet night. Even at this hour a few warm yellow lights still burned from the windows of homes off in the distance. It was a winter wonderland. This is what peaceful is like, Khan reflected. Falling snow. Nighttime. Little children tucked safely in bed. What could be wrong on a night like this? As if waiting for that thought, the dream came back to the forefront of his mind. Khan silently cursed himself. He had completely forgotten about that, and now here it was, back again. Why couldn't he just be done with such things? This sedate environment wasn't just for show. Karakara had been practically a paradise for the last 5 months, spiritually speaking. Only a handful of hollows adrift for the entire town, and those had been finished off in no time flat. What had once been a mecca for soul-hungry ghouls was now more like the Garden of Eden. Everybody safe and happy, no worries, not a care in the world. Not quite perfect, though. They were missing one thing. His winter goddess. What are ya doin'? A voice mumbled. Khan almost panicked before recognition set in. He turned to find Karen Kurosaka standing beside him, blinking sleepily. Wearing a lively green pajama set, the spiritually sensitive youngster still managed to scowl at him despite having only just woken up. In response Khan stepped to the side and opened the shade a crack. Look. The girl frowned but complied. She crossed to the window, and he saw her tired eyes widen. Karen gazed spellbound much as he had. Whoa. She whispered. Yup, the mod soul nodded. Finally got some snow. Both kept their voices down so as not to wake Yuzo. Gently Karen crouched down, resting her chin on her arms. Khan sat beside her so that the two of them could watch the white stuff as it came down. This wasn't in the forecast, Karen sighed after a bit. Khan shook his head. Could be a sign. Of what? He hesitated to speak his heart, finally deciding that it wouldn't hurt. Maybe she's coming back. There was no need to ask who he meant. Karen's face didn't change at his pronouncement. The tomboy continued to gaze out the window. After a bit, though, her head sank down to bury in the crook of her arms. I hope so. Ichien's been kinda hard to live with lately. No kidding. I've met female dogs that were less bitchy than your brother. However, her unofficial housemate chose not to express his opinion on the subject. Truth be told, Ichigo Kurosaki had been an absolute pain in the ass to live with for almost half a year. If he hadn't been a poster child for surly teenage behavior before, the carrot-headed beanpole was working it for all it's worth now. You could barely get a civil word out of him, and the father Ishine had actually gone so far as to ban his son from helping out at the family clinic. Which only meant more time Khan had to spend in a hormonal war zone. And that resulted in the mod soul's nerves being rather frayed. His temper was close to snapping altogether. Hero of Soul Society or not, that kid was going to get his rude mouth smacked one of these days. Of course, Khan knew exactly what Ichigo was going through. Their mutual love interest was far removed, and there was no longer an easy means of reaching her. To make matters worse, it didn't require any great stretch of the imagination to see something seriously wrong happening while they were separated. Not just the obvious stuff, like hollow attacks, but the more insidious kind of mind-bending suspicions. Like what sort of guys was she meeting? Were her bosses being nice, and were any of them trying anything with her? Was that gloomy prick of a brother attempting to set his little sister up with some fat-assed nobleman? Yes, there were many awful predicaments their dear Nasan could find herself in without her two most stalwart defenders there to champion her honor. Outside, the flakes continued to drift down. Despite winter being almost over, this was the first snowfall of the season. It was nice to see the world getting back to an acceptable pace. Perhaps this too was a sign that Khan would soon find his life restored to a more pleasurable equilibrium. It wouldn't take a lot. Just one voice, one vision of loveliness returning to grace him with her presence. Was that too much to ask? Right then Karen gave a yawn and stood up. Going back to bed, she declared before trundling over to her cot. Good night, kid, Khan whispered. She paused in the midst of snuggling under her covers and threw him a questioning look, to which he responded, I'm going to watch a little longer. See you in the morning, K. K. The girl yawned and flipped over on her side. Sleep tight. Pleasant dreams. Even as the words came out of his mouth, Khan felt a tightness in his throat. If he tried hard, he might be able to forget the source of his nighttime troubles. He watched the two girls peacefully abed. They were safe now, right? All the monsters were gone, dead or locked up far away where they couldn't hurt them anymore. That meant a nice long life for the survivors of that war, his loved ones and himself included. Khan went back to watching his own private winter display. He tried telling himself it was just being this close to the glass that made him shiver. But even as the stuffed toy climbed back up the cabinet to his reserved spot, he couldn't banish the feeling of icy cold that had settled inside him. Sleep did not come that night. Ichi-ni, did you see? Yuzo proclaimed in a delighted voice. It snowed. Stumbling into the kitchen, Ichigo grumbled something unintelligible before flopping into his chair. Karen paused with a bite of egg halfway to her mouth to watch him. Her brother barely had his eyes open, yet she was certain that already their ridiculous parent had attempted to ambush him somewhere between the first-floor landing and the kitchen. The sound of the altercation had hardly intruded on her breakfast, nor did Yuzo pause in her cooking. Yet here their older brother was looking none the better for having that out of the way. Usually the daily sneak attack being thwarted meant he became a bit more relaxed. Instead, Ichigo frowned with as much seething irritation as ever. He even seemed to regard the lovingly tendered breakfast Yuzo placed before him with a certain degree of animosity. At last Karen couldn't take it anymore. She set the chopsticks down and stood up. Her twin glanced over with surprise. Karen-chan, where are you going? The crepes are almost done. I don't have an appetite, she responded. The sharp-eyed girl then sent a piercing glare at her overwrought elder, which Ichigo failed to notice. He only desultorily picked up his bowl of soup and took a sip before setting to on his meal. Without even a single word of thanks for the person who made it. Ingrate, Karen muttered on her way out. She heard him swivel around in his chair, but a half-formed retort died on his lips. Her jab had hit its mark. As she left, Karen caught a faint sigh along with a mumbled, "Itadakimasu." That was enough for now. Yuzo would be happy. Karen trotted back to the living room. She passed by without comment whereas Hein Kurosaka sagged against the floor, his head embedded in a wall. Her parents' effusive behavior remained undiminished by Ichigo's poor temper. One would think common sense might have an effect, but, no. And in spite of what their family went through back in the fall of last year, almost nothing had changed in terms of daily life. They went to school. They fought. They bickered. And when nobody was looking, they cherished one another. Because huge events in your life can either lead to earth-shattering changes or a simple appreciation for what you already have. And what you didn't have. "Morning, Mom," she whispered under her breath in front of Misaki's poster. More for her own sake than anyone else's. When she turned around, a dark figure stood watching her. "Good morning, Karen-chan." She stiffened slightly, then relaxed. "Hey." The person was wrapped in a gray overcoat with a scarf wound around their face. A faux fur hat of Russian origin covered the head and kept their eyes lost in shadow. Snow lay on their shoulders, dripping down as that slender figure bent to place a pair of high-heeled leather boots by the entryway. This done, the so-called dragon lady rose upright to gaze upon her small hostess. "Where may I find your father?" Karen pointed. "I see." The woman passed by while proceeding to unwind her scarf. Karen didn't stay to watch what had become an almost regular occurrence. Instead, she headed upstairs to begin getting ready for school. As she opened the door, a voice hissed. "Pissed. Karen, is that you?" The 12-year-old sighed. "What would you do if it wasn't, Kon?" Goofball. Maybe there was nothing inside Kon's fuzzy head except stuffing, but he didn't have to act that way. While she busied herself getting her homework put away, the animated plushie leapt down and patted over. "Listen, kid, I need you to do something for me." Last night's creative writing assignment had been about asking how your life would be different if you lived 100 years ago. The question didn't make much sense. Wonder what the kids who haven't talked to centuries-old ghosts wrote? "What is it?" "I want to go to school with you today." "What?" Karen rounded on him. "No way. Listen, it's important." Their live-in guard hopped up onto her book bag. "I need to be outside today. I am not going to risk the other kids seeing me with a stuffed doll. I'd have to kick their asses to make them stop laughing." She hesitated while shuffling up some math pages. "Why do you want to go anyway?" "You know." This gave her pause. Now Karen really studied the little lion toy. He had his paws crossed over his chest and wore a rather serious expression. Having gotten to know Kon pretty well in these last few months, she was used to deciphering his facial features. This was a side of the mod soul he didn't usually show around Ichigo, for the precise reason that her brother wouldn't take him seriously. But Karen had seen Kon at his best, so she did not discount his feelings so readily as her brother. "Do you really think she's back?" the girl asked. He gave his mane a forlorn shake. "I don't know. But if she is, I know we'll meet her at the school. I'm in middle school, she wouldn't show up there. Why not tag along with Ichi and II?" Kon gave her a look that spoke volumes. "Right. Stupid question." She then sighed. "All right, hop in." "Sweet." With that, Kon proceeded to worm his way inside her backpack. About to close the top, he popped his head out and declared, "Don't worry, nobody'll even know I'm here." "She'll know." A look of fear came over his rounded features as she closed the top and affixed the latch. Swinging her satchel up on one shoulder, Karen then headed out into the hall, passing Yuzu as she did. "Karen-chan." her sister exclaimed excitedly and rushed to catch up. This is our chance. To do what? She drawled on her way towards the stairs. To find out where the dragon lady lives. If we follow her footprints in the snow, we'll see where she came from. Karen considered this. Yuzu was only mildly less terrified of their new help than Khan. And who could blame her? In spite of this, she remained intrigued by the mysterious woman. Always up till now, their father's new assistant had simply appeared at their door every morning without any warning. She didn't drive a car, and nobody dropped her off that the girls could tell. Nor did anyone pick her up when the day was done. At Yuzu's insistence, the twins had attempted to tail her after she left, only the need to maintain a discreet distance from their target meant they always wound up losing sight of her. Even splitting up didn't seem to help. The dragon lady seemed to disappear simply by turning a corner. Speculation ran the gamut of her catching a bus to traveling beneath the streets by way of the sewer system. Karen knew better, but didn't care to share her theories. She once suggested they simply ask the woman outright where she lived, and then had to spend 5 minutes consoling her hyperventilating sister. Having retrieved her own already packed skullbag, Yuzu stole along in her wake. What if that woman really is a ghost, Karen-chan? Pfft. She blew out her breath in an attempt to make light of that suggestion. Even ghosts are scared of her. That was a true statement. And it only made her discomfort all the more acute. The funny thing was, Yuzu had guessed right. To be specific, the woman was a Shinigami. A god of death, working in their clinic, doing their accounting and managing their inventory. For reasons no one cared to speculate on. Ichigo and Dad seemed to treat her presence as nothing out of the ordinary. But Karen had learned to recognize a certain sense that lingered around these people. It was something like the same eerie feeling she got passing by a cemetery. Like there were unseen eyes staring at her. Or a hand was hovering near her face just on the verge of touching. She had met more than a few Shinigami wearing human guise after all, and even lived in the same house as one for several weeks. Months, if her suspicions regarding the matter of Ichigo's transformation into a death god were true. Whatever the case, there was no doubt in her mind that their office manager made her daily commute from a place no normal human could reach. Why did everybody act like she was better off not knowing what was going on? Karen hated being treated like a child. As if her inclusion in these obviously important affairs was unnecessary. She was therefore extremely glad at having availed herself of a willing source of information back when all the craziness happened. Thanks to a certain uncouth ghost lady missing an arm, she now understood a great deal about what took place over the spring and fall of last year. A madman had sought to make himself king of the afterlife. Using monsters under his control, this person declared war on the Shinigami, who were led in part by her brother Ichigo. Their father also played a role in that battle. And the site of this reality-altering conflict turned out to be right here in their hometown. All of Karakura had been in jeopardy, or not, she had a hard time understanding the full explanation. The whole thing was very confusing, riddled with double crosses, fake-outs, and outright lies from every side. When it was finally over, the maniac had been locked up in a dimension from which there was no escape along with his most powerful followers. His army was put to rout, after which the Shinigami bent themselves to rebuilding their broken society. From that point on there were remarkably less examples of the so-called hollows, fallen spirits of the deceased who preyed on souls both living and not. Actually, fewer ghosts of any stripe were seen of late. Being one of 3 members of the family able to perceive the spiritual realm at work, Karen was rather relieved to find that nothing truly weird was going on in these parts. Karakura town had never been more peaceful in her opinion. Except a few weeks after all that happened, Karen and Yuzu met a man on their way to school. He spoke to them by name. He smiled at them. He asked how their father Ishine was doing. As he did, Karen suddenly had a mental image of herself and her sister lying dead in the street while this man smiled down on them. She had grabbed Yuzu's hand and gotten away from there fast. Karen knew she shouldn't have been afraid. Ichigo was close by after all. He even stayed behind while a friend of his took them the rest of the way to school, obviously choosing to confront the stranger. But there had been something dangerous about that person which she couldn't get over. Later on, both girls asked to know who he had been. Ichigo refused to divulge anything about what happened afterwards. He just informed them they should not to talk to strangers. But later on, he had taken Karen aside for a private chat. "If you ever see that guy again," he spoke quietly, kneeling down and gripping her shoulders, "I want you to run. Don't let him catch you." He was obviously furious, but she understood his anger hadn't been directed at her. This was different than a vague mistrust of strangers. Ichigo knew that guy from somewhere. Karen suspected he might be one of the Shinigami, although there hadn't even been a single trace of anything supernatural coming off him. Come to think of it, he almost didn't exist at all, spiritually speaking. Karen couldn't tell if Ichigo was scared for their sakes or frightened of the man himself. But only a few days after that, the Dragon Lady showed up. Their father made a brief introduction to let them know this beautiful but cold-faced task mistress would be working there as an office manager from then on. And now wherever Karen went she had the uncomfortable feeling that women knew exactly where she was and what she might be doing. Like Big Brother, only it was Big Sister. Big Sis is watching you. Or maybe watching out for you. Still, nobody bothered to explain the situation to her in full. Her family was a dead end. Ichigo's friends seemed to treat her with consideration, but ultimately they remained tight-lipped about anything involving the afterlife. The only person she could really talk to was Khan, and he was not only ill-informed but a doofus to boot. Well, in her opinion, at least. Karen knew a lot about stupid people. The world was full of them after all. What do you think? Karen looked up from winding a scarf around her neck. Yuzu regarded her anxiously while buttoning on her coat in the foyer. "I said, do you think she's a spy? Like from North Korea? Kubo from my class, he said they swim across the sea to Kyushu and then they get jobs so they can blend right in and nobody can tell who they are. So what do you think?" She regarded her anxious sibling. Yuzu didn't seem aware that the person under discussion was in the next room busy extricating their father's head. At last she nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, she's a spy. Fear her, Yuzu." With that Karen hoisted her backpack onto one shoulder. She tapped her shoes securely before opening the door, calling out as she did, "We're off." "Karen." The other girl huffed, "Don't say it if you don't mean it, I'm not." The Dragon Lady stuck her head around the corner. "Be careful crossing the street." Eek. Karen almost got knocked over by the force of Yuzu rushing past. She watched her twin flounder through the snow and glanced back at the source of this panic. The emotionless woman regarded her right back, face stiff and flat, like a stone statue. Her spectacles glinted strangely so that the eyes could not be seen. "Watch over them," the Dragon Lady said. Karen instinctively knew it was not herself she was addressing. From within her bag there came a slight rustling. No doubt that meant Khan got the message. For her part the middle schooler only nodded goodbye before setting out to catch her fleeing sister. Today it was Orium's turn to walk them to school. Not her personal favorite, but a definite improvement over the sour-faced tailor. Even these thoughts fell by the wayside as the girl entered that splendid scene of icy serenity. Taking a deep lungful of the crisp winter air, Karen let it out, enjoying the sight of her breath misting all over the place. Some things you had to take the time to enjoy no matter what. And all this meant snowball fights, sledding, winter tag, the whole deal. "It's about time," she smiled happily. "I think it's good you've spent this long a time apart." "Shut up, Ishida." Ishida Uriu took a slow, deep breath through his nostrils, then let it go. He allowed all his anger at the surly red-haired jackass walking beside him to flow out with it. "Control, Quincy, control. Much as he deserves a beating right now, you didn't start this conversation for the sole purpose of knocking that thick skull around. More like knock some sense into it, right?" "Yes, very good. Now then, proceed." "I only meant. I told you to shut up, damn it." Ichigo walked on ahead, resembling a caged lion frantically pacing its cell back and forth. Back and forth, finding no way out and growing angrier by the minute. Depending on your personality you either mocked the noble beast or pitied it. For his part, Uriah was picturing something else, namely, how his erstwhile ally would look with a Quincy arrow straight through his stupid donkey head. His fingers twitched as though already drawing the shaft back. Let him walk a few paces on. Let him think he's had the final word in this argument. And then, twang! Right through the brain. Right through the brain. Mouth off to me then, you ungrateful immature violence-prone pinch-faced. The normally solemn student shook his head to dispel these notions. He had to get the conversation back on track. A lot of people were depending on him. Far from resenting this burden, Uriah appreciated it. Showed how much they valued and respected his abilities. He was the man willing and able to say what nobody else could. That, or he was just the biggest sucker alive. Rukia is safest far away from you, he stated softly. Several yards ahead Ichigo drew up short. He clearly hadn't missed that comment. Uriah stopped as well to wait patiently. He took stock of their surroundings. There were a few other students walking further up the street. His spiritual senses could detect no one behind them. The occasional car or motorcycle passing by would be moving too fast to notice anything that might happen. For a little while, at least, the two of them were alone on this snow-packed lane. A short alley in the wall beside them led to a stone staircase that ascended the hill. That would serve nicely. When Kurosaki turned around and came walking back, Ishida was ready for him. The guy was too upset to even hide what he was about to do. Uriah took in the blazing eyes, tightly clenched jaw, and surging red face. He had never seen him quite this ugly with wrath. Then a blow was rushing at his head with enough force to break his jaw. There was no surge of adrenaline in the Quincy, only lightning-quick calculation and reaction. He swung one arm up in a swift cross-block that sent Ichigo's fist brushing right past his ear. Taking advantage of his foe's wild overreach on that first attempt, Uriah sought to end this before Ichigo could even think about fighting smart. He grabbed the man's coat sleeve and yanked backward, pulling him further off balance while turning them both all in one move. At the same time the slender youth spun around on one heel to allow Ichigo to go blundering past under his own momentum into the alley. Ishida then followed him in. The angry numbskull went stumbling forward a few paces before whipping around in preparation for further hostilities. All too late. Ichigo Kurosaki had a brief moment to register the Quincy drawing back an arrow before the blue shaft of spirit energy shot forth and took him right in the chest. The impact knocked him off his feet. All that snow cushioned the blow somewhat, but Uriah still winced when Ichigo hit the ground. That looked like it hurt. This was all the time he gave himself for commiseration. His attack had been nowhere near deadly force, just enough to bring the big galoot down. All the same it had served its purpose. While Ichigo lay stunned and in pain, Uriah stalked forward, grabbed one wrist and kicked him over on his back. He then twisted the limb around, placing his foot between his classmate's shoulder blades. You think you can bully me, Kurosaki? Don't forget the difference between us. Spiritually you might be a complete monster. But in the physical world, all that vaunted Shinigami power doesn't amount to squat. He increased the pressure on his hold. Ichigo snarled incoherently but could not break free or even lever himself upright in this position. As long as you're wearing flesh you're nothing special. Whereas I am able to access Quincy powers no matter the situation. So I can talk to you like this, or release you so we can engage in a respectful discourse as equals. On your honor, which do you choose? For a few seconds Ichigo just panted with his cheek pressed into the snow. After a while he gave a curt nod. Fine. I give, Ishida. Now let me up. Uriah studied the beaten youth before letting him go. He squatted beside him while Ichigo nursed his aching shoulder. The Shinigami substitute threw him a venomous look, and for a moment Uriah braced himself for the resumption of combat. Instead Kurosaki indicated towards a small bench set into the wall. Have a seat if you want to talk so bad you'll risk being late to school. This earned him a scornful glance. I don't intend to tarnish my record over you. All the same, he took his place on the bench, brushing the snow off beforehand. Ichigo joined him momentarily, still rubbing his shoulder. Uriah did not fail to notice he seemed to be expressing more pain from that injury than one might have suspected. Actually, given his behavior up to this point, it would not be impolite to ask. Ichigo, has the hollow been active lately? His comrade tensed beside him. After a while he leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees, head drooping down with a groan. No. At least not in any way I've been able to notice. Trust me, he's not into subtle stuff. If he tries anything, it's usually obvious. Uriah considered this. The creature's presence could have an effect on Ichigo's body, in much the same way that immune deficiency viruses made their hosts more susceptible to pathogens and the pain of illness. This warranted further investigation. Have you tried speaking to it? A grunt in response. He stopped talking to me after the war. I think the experience of what happened in Hueco Mundo and then in Soul Society kinda freaked him out. He went into hiding after all that. Don't really know where. Sometimes when I enter my soulscape I look for him, keep expecting to find him hiding out in a cave somewhere. It never happens, though. The Quincy considered. As he understood it, Hueco Mundo was still engaged in a civil war following the defeat of Aizen. The so-called masked army had been attempting to assert control over the remainder of those forces that returned to the Hollow World after their failed attempt to conquer Soul Society. Further information was not forthcoming. His status as a Quincy notwithstanding, it would have been hard to get a detailed combat assessment out of that place under normal circumstances. And since Zaraki Kenpeka took his squad over there, any sort of order being restored seemed even less likely. The plus side of all this meant the Hollows were less concerned with feasting on the living than surviving altogether. That left the human world as a sort of combat-free zone. After all, Soul Society could detect when a Hollow came into this plane, making it no longer a safe place to escape for them. So humans should be able to go about their business without fear from spiritual menaces for a change. How often could you say that? The downside meant people in his profession had precious little work that needed doing. More time on your hands led to discontentment. Case in point, the living pressure cooker sitting right beside him. I know that you haven't had any Hollows to beat up in a while, Ishida began. School demands haven't decreased in the slightest either. To top it off, that woman keeps you busy trying to pound all her Shinigami knowledge into your brain. And worst of all, there hasn't been any word from Rukia in over 4 months. Am I right? Ichigo nodded without looking up. It was time to start this session in full. That being said, you're behaving like a complete ass. Ichigo scowled in frustration, rubbing his legs in an attempt to warm them. I have been through a lot of crap in my life, I'll have you know, he muttered sullenly. You've got a lot going for you too, don't forget that. Ishida checked his watch to make sure of the time. A good home life, friends who actually care about you more than what you can do for them, and the health to appreciate it. From certain perspectives you've been blessed. I don't understand why you choose to highlight the negative over all that. Because I know it can all go away if I'm not careful. You don't act that way. In fact, you're in danger of losing some of those virtues out of sheer carelessness. When was the last time you went out with friends? Who are you, my mother? Ishida was on the verge of hitting him for that tactless comment. Only at the last instant did he notice how Ichigo flinched away all on his own. Clearly his mouth was going faster than his brain, because only now did the big lout seem to realize the implications of that statement. He clammed up fast afterwards, drawing inward on himself in a way that was completely visible. The bespectacled youth considered him. Are you so afraid he'll hurt the ones you love that you won't even have anything to do with them? Is that it? No. Damn, you sound like a psychiatrist now. Just leave me alone, will you? They sat quietly for a while after that. So it's not the Hollow making him behave this way. Which left only one obvious explanation. One that was just as hard to deal with as an inner Hollow, and not so esoteric. Uriah didn't try to initiate further conversation. If anything useful was going to occur, Kurosaki would have to come to that conclusion himself. And so, patience. In less than a minute Ichigo started to fidget uncomfortably. He scuffed his shoes through the snow and stood up to begin pacing around. The other teen only watched him without comment. At last he rounded on him. It's just they've all put me up on a pedestal. Got my whole life mapped out for me. Or death, I don't know. I learn demon magic, get stronger, become a captain or whatever they're calling it now, then go on to blast through any freaks that come my way forever. That's exactly the sort of crap Kuraka had to put up with for eternity. He gets to relax now, so obviously somebody's got to take his place. I'm the secret weapon they're building up in reserve on the chance that Psycho and his crazy posse pick the lock out of Nirvana. What the hell kind of future is that? Can't I take a while to deal with the world I'm living in now instead of worrying about what comes later? Obviously Ichigo had taken a different slant on his situation than other people. Soul Society was doing this as much for him as they were themselves. Even he, Ishida Uryu, a Quincy, had to admit that. The truth was that if Ichigo didn't avail himself of every possible resource and power at his disposal, he would eventually regret it. Those he resolved to champion would suffer for any lapses on his part. And yes, that was an extremely large burden to place on the shoulders of a 16-year-old boy. One that any person would find difficult to support without feeling resentful, unless they were a saint. So to discover that Ichigo was feeling confined by all the expectations and potential being heaped upon him was something an average person could understand. Fortunately, Uryu was no such thing. He had been dealing with the exact same situation since childhood, so he could be relied upon to have absolutely no sympathy whatsoever for this whiny dimwit. Kurosaki, you've thrown away better things than I ever had. The red-headed teen emitted a sour grunt. I knew I couldn't talk about this with anybody. Ichigo leaned back against a wall. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, he glowered at the unhelpful Quincy, who had taken to inspecting his gloves punctiliously as if in search of a loose thread he might sew up. You realize that I can't live my whole life for the sole purpose of defeating Aizen, right? The archer sniffed. No one expects you to. Good. They didn't look at one another for a while. Ishida counted down in his head. 3, 2, 1. Ichigo glanced up sharply. Wait, you mean about living my life that way, or actually defeating Aizen? You should be less worried about that than you are the immediate situation. Uryu left off his wardrobe examination. His face had adopted an even more deadly shade of serious than before. It's obvious the biggest concern on your mind now is Soul Society. And unless I miss my guess, Rukia is at the heart of that matter. I spoke to your sisters yesterday, and they confirmed that you're as much a pain in the ass at home as you are during school hours. If all it took to make you a civilized human being again was having her back, then I would be the first to volunteer for committing suicide so I could get away from you and try to find Rukia in Soul Society. But the fact that she hasn't seen fit to return in all this time should be telling you something on its own. And that is. Ichigo had clumsily admitted to having a relationship with Rukia shortly after their return to Earth. While it came as no surprise, Uryu had a difficult time wrapping his head around the notion of full-blown romantic love. And with a dead girl to boot. But considering Kurosaki's parentage, another point he had let slip, perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched. It was slightly irksome that he had to spend so much time analyzing someone else's love interest like this, but here goes. In case you haven't realized yet, Rukia is not your teenage girlfriend who can't be bothered to remember how to pick up a phone. As a high lady of the Kukaki, she is in a position of authority over there. Their social system is still in a shambles, which they are trying to rebuild. And people with power need to set aside their personal concerns when faced with a crisis of that magnitude. Something the people of this country can relate to. That remark seemed to have pierced the haze of Ichigo's vanity, giving him a thoughtful expression. For that Ishida was very glad. Rukia is involved with something important. So important that she can't even make time to see the people she loves. And only when that is finished will she return, because to do otherwise would show disrespect for the tasks their society needs from her. That should tell you how much is depending on her actions right now. Do you think she's slamming doors and being a general pain to live with like you are? That sort of behavior in no way earns you the privilege of seeing Rukia again. He could think of nothing more cogent to say on the subject, so Uryu settled for letting his words sink in. The truth was that the rest of their schoolmates who shared a personal stake in this case had voted on him as the best person for trying to force Ichigo into recognizing his own poor behavior. It required a certain level of cool-headedness combined with a marked lack of concern for the other person that didn't quite border on hatred. In short, he was the perfect person for this job. At least on paper. It remained to be seen whether or not that theory proved valid. Ishida looked up quickly. Before him, Ichigo was obviously struggling to put his feelings into words. I want there to be some kind of end, you know? Like something I can look at and know that it will be there for me once this mess is over, as a sort of reward for having gone through all that crap. Otherwise what's the point? Now it had suddenly become very clear. It was so obvious. Ichigo Kurosaki had a hero complex. Everybody knew that. And when the hero finished his job slaying the dragon, there was supposed to be a princess waiting for him. To be honest, there were two of them. But he had already rejected one in favor of the other. Only that maiden wasn't around right now. Which left one frustrated hero at hand. How delightful. Perhaps now it was time to slide the velvet glove of conversation over the iron mitt. I'm certain Rukia is working hard for the same thing, Uriah spoke in a consoling manner. Now then, you've been told flat out that this attitude problem is hurting your loved ones. You don't have the luxury of willful ignorance anymore. Are you going to continue like this? Ichigo shifted restlessly. No, he admitted with obvious duress. Excellent. With that the Quincy checked his watch again. Satisfied, he stood up. I'm glad that's settled in a timely manner. Now, you'd best start running unless you want Oka-sensei to browbeat you in front of the whole class. Again. Kurosaki scoffed at him. Me? What about you, Mr. Perfect Attendance? I'd say we're both in the same boat by now. In response, Ishida Uriah smiled craftily. Oh, I think not. Quincy, remember. With that he formed a carpet of Ryotsu beneath his feet. As Ichigo gawked, the spiritual savant lifted one hand in parting before he activated his Hirin Kyaku technique. Ah, the benefits of not being a Shinigami. With that Uriah zipped up into the air faster than the eye could follow. In moments he was nothing more than a small mote off in the distance. Oh, you mother. Biting back further curses, Ichigo took off down the lane, burning pavement with such conviction he could slam through a brick wall. His course took him past a roadside noodle stand where 3 people sat enjoying bowls of steaming noodles. Seated beneath the glowing red paper lanterns were 2 ordinary middle-aged salarymen, and one other, not so ordinary. This last figure was heavily bundled against the cold in a green coat and leather gloves. Even that was not enough to hide the curvaceous feminine figure that burst out past any attempts to hide it. But the most unusual aspect of her dress was a bamboo jingasa hat of the type once favored by Edo-era samurai. From beneath the rim a stray curl of honey gold hair hung down. None of the other occupants of that stand seemed to find this peculiar token worthy of comment. Or her, for that matter. Considering how undeniably appealing she was, anyone with half a brain should have realized that something was not quite right here. Ichigo took no notice of this at all. Blue eyes the color of a spring sky watched the boy as he tore away before returning to their meal. The school day couldn't go by fast enough. Virtually every kid Karen's age was visibly pining to be outside where everything from snowmen to icicle swords awaited. Never did their classes feel so tedious as when something preferable clearly lurked just beyond their reach. Of course Karen had something else to occupy her thoughts. Namely, how long until Khan gave himself away somehow. Many was the time she found her eyes straying down to her book bag after being certain of detecting some slight movement or rustle. However, no one else seemed to notice any such thing. In fact, the teacher once upbraided her for dividing her attention between what he mistook for a cell phone and his lecture on biology. Other than this and a few weird looks from her classmates, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Watching the snow falling from within the warm room, Karen couldn't help but feel there was indeed something magical about it. Like those flakes cast a spell that caused everyone to feel peaceful and calm. She didn't share this impression with her hidden tag-along. Best not to get his hopes up. Overhead the sky was a pall of forbidding gray clouds from which snow continued to drift down. The light that came through them felt ultra-sharp to her. It looked like something dire was brooding up there, and yet nothing fell except for some dainty little snowflakes that took their time on the journey earthwards. After classes were done she decided to head home on her own without any company. Yuzo was busy with her after-school clubs, but since Karen's only extracurricular activity was soccer, the snow meant there would be no practice today. She could have mentioned this to Orium, only this was a day just perfect for solitary walks. The kind that Karen loved best. Besides, she had Khan with her. That's good enough in terms of protection. The journey home was everything she had hoped for. Even the traffic was slow and sedate. Cars crept by with utmost care despite the streets already being cleared. The soft rumble of their passing let Karen know every time one was coming upon her. A girl on her own was an easy target for kidnappers, or so the school officials would have them think. She didn't know anyone who was the victim of an abduction. Still, it paid to be careful. There were worse things than human scum out there. Karen ambled along, hands clasped behind her head. On her own for the time being, she stared at the cloud cover high above. Her fancy imagined there were gods up there just on the other side watching people go about their business. Not like Shinigami, but the real, well, the imaginary ones. Like Amaterasu, and Tsukiyomi, Susanoo. Brewing up storms and planning important matters for the land over which they reigned. The sound of a zipper reached her ears. Moments later Khan's head popped up with a gasp. Ah! Fresh air. He breathed, then peered up at her. What's the big idea heading home alone, Karen? It could be dangerous walking around like this. I can take care of myself. Besides, I've got you, right? The girl affirmed while shooting a glance back over her shoulder. Also I figured you'd want a chance to come out. Though you should have asked me if anybody was around first. Pfft. He snorted. Do you think so little of me? I can feel souls as well as a Shinigami. Plus my hearing is top-notch. Mod souls were designed to be at the peak of physical capabilities. Too bad your creator didn't improve the brain too. To her surprise, Khan didn't respond right back with an outraged comment. He didn't speak at all. Walking along, Karen wondered if she had said something she shouldn't. Usually the high-strung mod soul took her half-serious jibes with a measure of much aggrieved good humor. Truth be told, they got along fairly well considering their relative positions. Him a semi-alive artificial soul, her a spiritually acute middle schooler. Neither took their existences quite so seriously as others in similar positions. Like Ichigo. That meant they could kid around and not have to worry about hurting anybody's feelings for the most part. Maybe I should apologize? Khan. Karen began. Are you all right? There was some shifting that let her know he had sank back down into the bag. A little bit later his slightly muffled voice came through. Seriously, kid, you don't know what it's like being me. Sorry, I didn't think it would hurt your feelings. Khan laughed then. It didn't sound happy. In fact it made her spine tingle. Don't worry, you're not to blame. It isn't your fault I was born in a test tube and Dad was a madman who killed off all my siblings. If Mr. Sandalhat hadn't been paying big bucks for black market goods snuck out of the lab, I'd be dead too. His voice brightened a little. So remember that the next time your pop goes all pervy goofy on you. It could always be worse. Oh. Karen continued walking for a while, lost in thought. Finally she spoke. Hey, Khan. Yeah. Do you have a mom? Some more rustling, followed by his pushed-in face peeking out of the bag. He looked somewhat concerned. "'S matter, Karen? I told you it's all right. You don't have to feel bad for me. I wasn't. Well, okay, I was, but that's not it. I just thought, you were born in Soul Society, not on Earth, right? Right." Karen stared at the featureless sky overhead. "So you didn't get to live as a human. You never had a mom taking care of you when you were little. Some of the kids at school, they used to tease me about that. They said the reason I act the way I do is because I never knew my mother. She died when I was too young. I wouldn't even know what she looked like if not for photos. But I still remember her, you know? It's hard to explain." Khan struggled up a little higher, crossing his arms over her shoulder with a sigh. "No, it's all right. I get it." That surprised her. "You do?" "Uh-huh." His voice became rather wistful now. "Believe it or not, I actually had a mom. She only touched me once, but I felt different after. We didn't speak. I couldn't even if I wanted to. But when she held me, it was like I suddenly knew what it meant to care about someone. I just learned how right at that moment. I never knew her name. Still, I can't forget what that felt like. And it's why I was so relieved the first time Rukia touched me, because I could feel that same thing coming off her. Concern for me. This recitation had Karen practically entranced. She took slow, aimless steps without bothering on a direction. What happened to her? Your mom, I mean. He sighed. Hell if I know. She never came back. After her the only woman around was. His words drifted off, and Karen heard him actually swallow like his throat had gone dry. Well, let's just say you wouldn't want to meet that one. She was in charge of killing all the mod souls. Oh. He shivered before slipping back into the bag. It was marginally warmer in there no doubt, but that probably wasn't the reason behind his sudden case of the chills. Karen walked on feeling just a touch guilty. She couldn't really say what the reason for starting this conversation might have been. They weren't even near the anniversary of her own mother's death. Maybe she had just been curious about Khan. There were a lot of things they had never spoken about before. And with his insistence that Rukia might be returning, he seemed more talkative. At least in the sense that he had more to say than the usual brainless ramblings. The snow was picking up. She only now realized that there was so much more in the air than before. Karen shivered as a blast of icy wind blew against her bare legs. Maybe now wasn't the best time to be reminiscing together. After she got home, and changed out of her school uniform into something warmer, then it would be up to her how to spend the rest of the day. Karen started off again at a brisk pace. In spite of the cold, it remained nice to have snowflakes falling in her hair and onto her skin. They might get another few inches. Keep the snowplows busy, and maybe even cancel school tomorrow. Then it would really be time to party. She glanced up at the sky. Come on, bring it, snow spirits. Her feet ground to a halt. Finally noticing they were no longer moving, Khan stirred in his hidey hole. When nothing happened after a few seconds, he began to grow nervous. Was somebody out there? A tap of his soft fist against her back through the bag garnered no response. Karen. Khan finally whispered. She didn't make a sound. There were no spiritual signatures to be found. All the same, a disturbing premonition was growing inside his cotton-stuffed chest. Disregarding who might see him, he crawled out to inspect the situation. You all right? Karen paid his words no mind. She was too busy looking up. Above them, the clouds moved. And not in a way that could be called normal. High overhead, the gray vapor was whirling about. It flowed and twisted in ways that made her think of a cyclone. If you looked very closely, there might actually be forms up there, taking shape and breaking up far too fast to make anything out clearly. Karen frowned. She wasn't scared. Not yet, anyway. This was clearly something out of the ordinary, but there was no sense panicking. It didn't feel like when hollows tore through, she could sense absolutely nothing coming from that leaden sky. Somehow that left her even more unnerved. A weird wild howling came to her ears. At the same time, a form took shape high overhead. She had just enough time to realize what it was, when without warning, the pack tore across the heavens. Karen stumbled back a step, eyes growing wide as the breath left her throat in a misty gasp. It was a bunch of dogs, all made out of clouds. They were gigantic. Bigger than the school, maybe even bigger than the whole town. Great gray canines with empty hollows for eyes and teeth made of snow lunged from one end of the horizon to the next, disappearing in pursuit of prey. Their howls were the wind itself, a fierce, cruel torrent of shrieks that made Karen feel as if she were being pursued by the pack, terrified and alone as they closed in upon her, baying for her blood and ready to eat her alive. It was endless. On and on that prodigious panorama flowed. While Karen stared, Khan tore his gaze free and peered swiftly around. Something like this couldn't be good. All the same, he knew better than to assume it was the only thing wrong. A big splashy show like that might just be a draw, a lure to keep your attention focused on it while a greater peril snuck up. His head turned, and Khan sucked in his breath with a hiss. HST. Karen. Behind you. She whirled around, all thought of the cloud show forgotten. Immediately it was obvious what had caught his attention. There was a person approaching them. A woman, if that curvaceous outline was any indication, tall and dressed in a fashionable dark green overcoat with fur-topped boots and black leather gloves. The top of her coat was left open to reveal an emerald green blouse partially unbuttoned, allowing two enormous breasts to poke out. While this in and of itself was no cause for concern, what immediately caught Karen's attention was the fact that the top half of this person's face was hidden beneath the brim of a bamboo jingasa, making her immediately think of old samurai movies. Beneath that antiquated headdress, a pair of full pink lips parted slightly as if in surprise. The woman seemed to consider the girl and her protector for a while. At last she stirred, placing one hand on her hip and cocking her head slightly to one side. Hi. How you doin', Karen-chan? The voice was oddly familiar. While Karen was still trying to place it, that person started walking forwards. When she warily drew back a pace in preparation of flight, the lady reached up and tilted her head back while flashing a winning smile. This allowed Karen to finally recall where she had met her before. Crystal clear blue eyes on a face like that would draw healthy interest anywhere in the world, most especially in Japan. And while this person had only been in her home for a few hours last year, the bizarre company in which she left made certain that Karen would not be forgetting her anytime soon. If only she had a name to go with it. Oh, come on, you know me, right? I'm Rainjiku. Matsumoto Rainjiku, Rukia's friend. The ravishing beauty sang as she drew ever closer. Remember? I tried to seduce your brother? And I ate that pudding with your name on it. Of course you probably only noticed that after I was gone, but still. When Karen took another step back, the Shinigami paused. Hey, now, she sighed, dark golden eyebrows lifting in a worried fashion. Don't tell me you've forgotten? I know we were never properly introduced, but... The girl spun around and took off down the street. Watching her flight, Rainjiku's eyes narrowed before she began to pursue. Karen ran, spurred by the fear that at any moment a hand would grab hold of her. At the same time she fumbled for the cell phone strapped to her bag. It bounced and swung out of her reach as if actively resisting any effort to grab hold. Here! Khan yelled in her ear. Use this. Glancing back, she saw he had dug up the glove and was thrusting it towards her. No way! She shot back. Before he could insist, she made one more desperate effort and at last caught the bobbing phone. Triumphantly Karen flipped it open, hitting the speed dial keys and lifting it to her ear. Come on, pick up, pick up. To her dismay, there wasn't a ringtone. Only static greeted her ears. Was it that woman's fault, or did it have something to do with the craziness from before? Either way it didn't matter. Obviously no help would be forthcoming from this angle. That left only. As she came to this conclusion, a dark shape shot over an embankment on her left and dropped before them. Karen skidded to a halt, panting. Rainjiku Matsumoto knelt in the snow briefly before rising to her full height. No longer did she attempt to appear friendly. Now her face had become a grim mask. She didn't seem out of breath from the chase at all, only taking a moment to adjust her apparel before stalking forward. Sweetheart, I don't advise trying that again, the heavenly blonde spoke in low tones. Whatever they've told you about me, I can guarantee 90% of it isn't true. You're in no danger here, at least not from my end. She gave a quick pout. I mean, come on, do I look like the kind of lady who'd hurt a little girl? Karen only paid this entreaty half an ear. Flushed and angry as she was, the rest of her attention was bent on reaching for the last available recourse. The very idea made her queasy just to think about it. Unfortunately there didn't seem to be any other alternative. Trying to look as natural as possible, the teen placed both hands on her shoulder, as if adjusting the strap of her book bag. She then left them there. Come on, stupid, hurry up. I'm ready right now, so get it done before I lose my nerve. Now, then, Rainjiku appeared satisfied that her target wasn't going to run. She reached into her coat, producing a small silver flask. This won't hurt a bit, I promise. You just need to cooperate for 2 seconds and... Karen felt Khan slide the glove onto her right hand before he then grabbed hold of the other. Finally. Without wasting any more time she yanked forward, bringing the living doll up between them. She saw the woman hesitate, a flicker of doubt passing over her face. It was nothing compared to the anxiety tying Karen's stomach in knots. I hate this part. Trying not to think about it, she brought Khan up and kissed him. Standing a few paces off, Matsumoto's eyes had widened to an astonishing degree upon witnessing this unforeseen act. They got even bigger when she recognized that gauntlet, one that bore a stylized skull wreathed in flames. In the same instant, Karen slapped the plushie on the back of the head with her gloved hand. First came the gag reflex as Khan's mod soul pill shot from his mouth into her own, then a bout of nausea similar to car sickness. Afterwards disorientation hit full blast. It felt like being launched into a totally different environment. As if she were encased in a bubble in the ocean only to have it burst, complete with a popping noise. And when it was over, Karen Kurosaka found herself to be a spirit, hovering behind her body that she was connected to by a length of chain. "Grab hold!" Khan cried out, now wearing her skin. Without hesitation she obeyed, floating down and wrapping ghostly arms around her own neck just as they had practiced. As soon as he felt she was secure, the mod soul sprang forward. They were off in a flash. The girl and her ghost blew past the shocked Shinigami, whose attempt to catch hold of them never even came close. Karen's legs, now possessing the spiritual amplification of a mod soul, tore along the streets faster than a missile. The snow on the pavement evaporated underfoot from the kinetic energy being applied to it. In only a few seconds they were over a mile away from where they had been. "I don't sense her coming," Karen yelled. He took a firm grip of her spectral arms. "You won't. I think she's wearing one of the untraceable jigai that Sandal Hat makes. That's why we didn't feel her before." She glanced back behind them. "So what do we do if she goes full death god and comes after us?" "Don't worry, Karen," Khan grinned. "I figure the whole reason she's got that meat suit on is so nobody will know she's here. If she drops her disguise, then your brother and everybody else can draw a bead on her. Just relax and..." Without warning, Khan slammed on the brakes. He skidded forward, sending up a wave of wet slush before them. The mod soul then stood breathing heavily. Karen looked around in concern. She couldn't tell what it was that had caused Khan to stop. Now that he had, their surroundings were becoming clear. They were at an intersection near a neighborhood park. No one else was about at this time, no people, and certainly not the Shinigami responsible for their flight. "So why, then?" "Khan," she whispered, starting to get worried. "What is it?" His head darted from side to side. Didn't we just pass this place?" "I know we did." "Why?" With an angry grunt the speed demon then darted forward, causing Karen to hold on tight once more. The environment became a blur until Khan ground to a halt again. She could feel him trembling in her body. And now Karen could see the reason why. That lamppost, the mailbox across from it, and the trees on their left, it was the same. Exactly identical to the place they had supposedly left far behind them. Like they hadn't gone anywhere at all. Right there was the park with a children's playground in the same place it had been before. What was going on? When Khan seemed ready to zip off once again, someone spoke behind them. "Don't bother, little one. It's not going to make any difference how fast you go now that you're already in." He spun about, taking Karen with him. Strolling up the lane, breath misting in the cold, came Rangiku Matsumoto. She didn't appear to be in any hurry. Her pace remained casual, like she was out on a Sunday stroll. At last their pursuer drew to a halt. "I'm impressed you figured it out before I caught up. You didn't strike me as a particularly sharp whip in our first encounter, Khan." A smile lifted her lips. Or was it Karen who noticed? "Well, good for you both, either way. Now that you've realized the situation, we can finally have a chat. What did you do to us?" Karen regarded her uncertainly. There didn't seem to be anything that might explain their current predicament. All the same, it appeared that they had been trapped somehow. Matsumoto offered her a teasing wink. "Not you. The ground you stepped on." She gestured around them. "Bakudo number 59, Hachinadoru. Never-ending road. This spell sets up a closed dimension. The intersection back there and the one up ahead of you are the beginning and end points. Walk through one and you'll find yourself coming out of the other." Matsumoto then took a few quick steps off to her right. As soon as her foot touched a certain point on the sidewalk, she simply vanished, only to reappear coming from the opposite side of the street. The voluptuous sorceress regarded them gamely, a teasing twinkle in her eye. See? No way out. It's a great spell because it's quiet and leaves virtually no detection. You must have run past this same spot a dozen times before it finally registered. Means we don't have to worry about being disturbed. Now that we've settled. Right then Khan lunged towards Matsumoto. Faster than a bullet he shot down the lane, with such speed Karen couldn't even hold on and was left dangling at the end of her spectral tether. Amazed, she watched as the undeniably valiant soul in her body flipped into the air, bringing one foot arcing down towards the Shinigami with what looked like enough force to split a bus in half. There should have been no way for her to avoid that blow. And truth be told, there wasn't. Instead, Matsumoto caught it, crossing her arms together to receive all that force head-on. Teeth gritted, the strain showed in her face as Khan seemed to hang in the air, driving downward with all his enhanced strength. He must have realized that there was no way to escape and decided to strike while the enemy was still off guard. A Shinigami in a Jigai was not immune to the demands of reality. Her boots actually dug into the ground, the heels snapping and concrete cracking beneath her. In spite of this, Rangiku held, only bending at the knees to keep balanced. The next thing Karen knew, the woman had taken a step forward and was pivoting around, snagging the still airborne child by the coat collar and dragging her over to a stone guard column, quickly sitting down atop it. To the girl's chagrin, she saw Matsumoto now had her preteen attacker draped across her lap. In this position, Khan's legs couldn't even reach the ground or his enemy, leaving him to kick his heels in the air awkwardly. It looked for all the world like he was about to get spanked in her body, the idea of which left her so thoroughly creeped out the ghost girl could only gape in horror. For her part, the Shinigami did not appear amused. She grabbed Khan by the wrist and pulled off the Shinigami glove, dropping it well out of his reach. He fought desperately, pounding on her with his small fist, but to no avail. Only his legs received any sort of power boost as a result of hosting the Mod Soul. While he struggled ineffectually, Rangiku planted one elbow in the small of his back to keep him pinned down and once more produced the silver flask. She unscrewed the lid and used her other hand to get a grip on Khan's throat, angling his head up. "Stop it!" Karen flew in and attempted to slug the blonde right in her pouty lips. As she had half suspected, her blow went right through Rangiku, only causing her hair to ruffle slightly. The woman shot her assailant an annoyed glance. "Relax," the deceptively beautiful lady advised. "You're not getting away. This'll go a lot easier on all of us if you don't struggle. And when it's over," she began to move the flask closer to Khan's mouth, "you won't remember a thing. I promise. Hey. You fat bitch. Let go of him, or me, do you hear? Let go of us." Matsumoto didn't appear to pay her outburst any attention. And why should she? Like this, there was nothing a mere ghost could do. Nothing either of them could do. She saw that Khan was crying, tears streaming down his red angry face. That got Karen mad too. He shouldn't be crying with her eyes. Or even allowing something this bad to be happening. Of course it wasn't as if she was faring any better. She could only watch helplessly as her body and possibly soul were about to be assaulted somehow. Watch as the tears dripped down her face to fall into the snow, melting it. The girl's attention was caught by something then. Only a pace off there was a red splotch against the pristine white ground. Her Shinigami gauntlet still lay where Rangiku had dropped it. For some reason Karen couldn't tear her eyes away from that patch of crimson, like blood against the snow. She found herself wondering why Matsumoto had bothered to remove the glove. What possible reason could there be for the Shinigami to? An explanation hit so fast Karen gave a start. That's right. She's a Shinigami. A ghost hiding in a borrowed body so no one will sense her. And that means... With that she dropped and snatched at the discarded accessory. Can I even touch this? It's supernatural too, so maybe a ghost can move it. Her spectral hand closed around the unearthly item, pulling it up. Yes. She then spun about and dove towards Matsumoto. The lip of the flask was moments away from being inserted into Khan's mouth. What might happen then was anyone's guess, but Karen was not willing to find out. The older woman's head whipped around at her approach, a look of surprise on her face, and with a wild yell Karen swung the glove to slap her on the cheek like she was challenging the death god to a duel. There came a burst of energy, after which Rangiku Matsumoto floated to a stop in midair as a black-clad Shinigami. Her Jigai sagged forward lifelessly atop Khan's prostrate form. The pair of spirits faced one another over those two living bodies. Any triumph Karen might have felt at her accomplishment melted at the look the honey-haired death god gave her then. "Oh, you little..." Rangiku reached for her. There was no way to escape, she was still tied to her body by the chain. Karen then noticed something odd off to one side. It almost looked like there were glowing cracks appearing in the air itself. She had just enough time to see Rangiku's eyes widen before a noise like 100 windows shattering all at once broke the silence. And then the dragon lady stood between them, arrayed all in black. The grim-faced woman lifted one arm. Wasting no time, Matsumoto mouthed an incantation, conjuring up a wall of glowing yellow energy in front of her. This precaution proved worthwhile when a beam of white light shot from her opponent's finger to strike the shield. Bolts of miniature lightning flashed across its surface, and the whole thing began to quake. Behind it, the golden death god cursed and leapt backwards, moments before the magic wall blinked out of existence in a negation of spiritual energy. Rangiku dropped down to land in the middle of the street. She appraised the woman coldly regarding her. Then she flicked her shining locks with one hand and heaved a much put-upon sigh. "You could have killed me, you know." "I know." The dragon lady lowered her hand without ever taking her eyes off the sultry Shinigami. Dark eyes flashed behind her spectacles. She proceeded to stalk forwards, fingers dancing to draw glowing characters that hung in the air. Power began building as a result. With their attention on each other, Karen took this moment to begin yanking herself hand over fist down her chain in a bid to retrieve a corporeal form. As she neared, Khan glanced up, an expression of shock on that familiar face. "Wait. Karen, wait, not yet." She halted to regard him suspiciously. "Why?" For a few seconds he just panted beneath the discarded Jigai. Then his eyes dropped to one side. A lewd, lascivious smile twisted that young face in a thoroughly revolting fashion. "Her boobs. I can feel them, pressing into my butt. It's heavenly, Karen, let me experience this joy just a few moments more. You sick perv." The girl then bridged the gap between her spirit and flesh. A green pill flew out of her mouth. When Karen came to, the first thing she noticed was exactly the same sensation Khan had mentioned. With an exclamation of outraged disgust, she immediately heaved that feminine dead weight off her. Face red and breath steaming in the air, the bedraggled teen took a moment to get her bearings. Then she sprang down and snatched up the Mod Soul marble, clenching it in her fists in a half-mad effort to grind the little slime ball into powder. Failing this, she flung that orb into the snow and began stomping on it angrily. "Karen. Please dash. Stomp. Please stop. Stomp. I'm sorry, why? Stomp. Stomp. Stomp." Observing this from a distance, Rangiku couldn't help but smile. She promptly turned her attention back to the icy witch preparing to strike her down. Her Zanpakuto Hanko whispered warnings and exhortations to be drawn, however she chose to keep her hands well clear of the blade's hilt. "Have to try and make it back to my Jigai." With that she adopted her most charming smile. "You certainly got here quick. And made short work of my never-ending road. Correct me if I'm wrong, but do I recall learning at the academy how forcing your way in like that could be dangerous for anyone already inside? Don't think you can distract me, traitor," the dragon lady warned as more evidence of magic began to take form around her body. With that she slipped one hand into her sleeve, emerging with a small Tonto dagger in a black lacquer sheath. Matsumoto's face fell when she saw this. "Oh, come on, Lieutenant. Was what I did really bad enough to warrant the same treatment as Momo? I am no more a lieutenant now than you are. The difference is I did not leave under a cloud of shame." One vibrant blue eye closed in a wink. "And I bet they treat you a lot better as a result, am I right?" Standing across from her, the potent spellcaster did not respond. Instead she pulled on her soul cutter's shaft, allowing an inch of naked steel to slip free. The light reflecting off that blade sent a shiver up Rangiku's spine. It seemed to be mirrored in its mistress' eyes, and she swiftly re-evaluated her current level of peril. Apparently this one was deadly serious. Rangiku drew a heavy sigh, causing her chest to bounce in ways other women could only dream of. I never expected you would be fool enough to believe all those rumors. Do you think I could honestly have done what they accused me of? It would not be the first time someone we trusted was revealed to be unaware of their true allegiance. Even as she said it, though, there seemed to be an edge of uncertainty in the sorceress' voice. So even she had her doubts. That explained why the attack hadn't continued yet. This became even clearer when she spoke next. Disregarding your status as one of her seeds, are you claiming you did not commit the crime? Oh, no, I did it. Matsumoto grinned devilishly, allowing an edge of malice to flavor her own words. I killed them all. I was referring to the rumors that I slept with Captain Hitsugaya. He's still a wee bit immature for me. The dragon lady's face went hard with anger. Her concentration was momentarily lessened, and Matsumoto took advantage of this to analyze the situation. Her gaze flickered around their environment. It felt like at least 2 more were on the way. The Quincy for certain was approaching them. In no time she would be surrounded. Under these circumstances, it seemed there was no way to get back inside her Jigai. Confound it. What a waste. Even if I try to escape, she'll cut me off, or down, depending on the spell she chooses. He's going to be so upset with me. A hum of Kido building let Rangiku know that the brief lapse on her enemy's part had passed. A truly vicious spell was coalescing in the air between them. Guess there's no way around it. She then raised her head slightly and called over the other Shinigami's shoulder. Karen-chan. The Kurosaki girl left off pounding on her perverted protector to look back at them, at which point she smiled and lifted a hand before her face in a gesture of atonement. Gomen nasai, kiddo. Karen frowned and opened her mouth to speak. As she did, Matsumoto whispered, Heido number 54, Hyene. Before the first syllable left her lips, a wall of danku interposed itself before Karen to protect the girl. No surprise there. What might come as a shock is that the spell was already behind that barrier. At the feet of Matsumoto's Jigai, a symbol appeared in glowing purple letters on the bamboo jingasa where it had fallen. To her credit, the dragon lady sensed at once how she had miscalculated. In a burst of shunpo, she crossed the space between her and Karen to scoop up both girl and mod soul pill before leaping to safety. An instant later, at Matsumoto's command, the sleeping Kido inscribed into her hat's brim was activated, and with a whoosh of violet energy, the abolishing flames annihilated her earthly disguise and everything for 2 feet around it. Chow, Nanao-chan. Nanao Ise looked up in time to catch a glimpse of Matsumoto Rangiku inside a winding ribbon of pink silk. The fallen Shinigami blew her old comrade a parting kiss before disappearing into the teleportation spell, scarf and all. In moments only Ise and Karen remained on that snowy stretch of road. After confirming for herself that the enemy was well and truly gone, Nanao then settled her charge on her feet. Without a word, she began examining the girl to make certain there were no lingering spells of unsavory origin anywhere on her person. Karen squirmed restlessly but submitted to the examination. She didn't bother to make any comment about this woman finally revealing herself as a Shinigami. Nor did she protest this potentially invasive treatment. It wasn't the first time, after all. Though Nanao was by no means as gentle as that silver-haired lady from before. All the same, she appreciated her efforts both now and from earlier. Speaking of which, she was trying to make me drink something. Nanao nodded to show she understood while continuing with the evaluation. Her fingers passed lightly over the fair skin, occasionally warming in ways that caused her patient to shudder. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. Which didn't preclude the possibility that something might be wrong. They had been given ample opportunity to learn how devious Matsumoto really was. Who could say for sure what her intentions regarding this child might be? It paid to be cautious, as this episode demonstrated. At last the checkup was concluded. Drawing upright, she looked down her nose at the scowling little human. Karen glared right back, seeming to notice the way Nanao's eyes lingered on the tear tracks running down her cheeks. Hastily she rubbed them with her hands. I wasn't crying, the girl informed her as if daring Ise to challenge the assertion. That was Khan. Indeed. Nanao glanced down at the artificial soul clenched securely in her grip. She could feel the thing cringing at her displeasure. I tried to protect her, really. Please don't tell Ichigo about that last part, okay? I was under duress. First there were these dogs made out of clouds, then. With harsh finality she cut off his senses before proceeding to drop the errant marble into her pocket, at the same time removing a cell phone. She tapped in a precise code that would inform those in charge of the basics regarding this incident. They would send a cleanup crew to deal with the blast site and other examples of never-ending road Matsumoto set up in the vicinity. Can't have any humans wandering into those all unawares. Satisfied, Nanao flicked the device shut before pocketing it. She held out a hand to Karen. Come. It's time we were on our way. The girl nodded in acceptance. She allowed the spirit's fluid fingers to settle on her shoulder before they both set out on the journey home. Even through the fabric she could feel that same odd tingling that came whenever a Shinigami spirit touched her. Other ghosts were cold, but for some reason death gods always felt warm to her. Maybe it was a sign of their power. Although in addition, there was almost a sense of, well, perhaps you could call it gentleness. What some might label a motherly aspect. Like some measure of concern for her well-being was traveling over as well. When they had gotten about a block away, a whisper of movement caught her attention. Looking up, Karen saw Ishida Uryu approaching them on a carpet of blue light, all dressed in white with a laughable half-cape swept over his shoulders. When he got closer she saw he was carrying Khan's plushy body in one hand. The lanky high schooler dropped down before them. I felt something dangerous, he stated, a strange metal ornament dangling from his free hand. His attention went from the clearly hostile woman to the girl at her side. Karen-chan, are you all right? Your services are not needed here, Quincy, the stiff-backed Shinigami intoned in a frosty manner. As they swept on by, Nanao promptly grabbed the discarded toy from him and handed it over to Karen. Good day. Ouch. Karen glanced over her shoulder and snickered at the look of outrage on Ishida's face. In spite of everything she had been through, she couldn't help but relish seeing Ichigo's stuck-up friend flushing with indignation at this casual dismissal. A lot of these people had an overblown sense of their own importance. This guy in particular. It certainly wouldn't do any harm to bring him down a peg or two. The girl and her two unseen escorts continued on their way without further incident. Empty-handed in more ways than one, the flustered Quincy renewed the spell to hide him from mortal sight before moodily flying off in another direction, vowing to persevere in his long-standing vendetta against all things Shinigami and their despicable behavior. Meanwhile, another black-robed guardian observed all this from her vantage atop a telephone pole. With a silent nod, she then sprang off and streaked away over the snowbound city. There was an awful lot of quiet in the house after they got back. Yuzu and Ichigo were still at their after-school clubs, which left just the two of them alone with this Hein and the Dragon Lady. This only served to unnerve Khan all the more. Once they got back home, Nanao consented to give him back to Karen before ordering them both to go upstairs. With nothing else to do, upon reaching her bedroom the girl reinserted him into his tiny body and promptly began booting him around like he was a soccer ball and she was practicing for the World Cup. Fortunately she already got most of it out of her system earlier, and they eventually found themselves lying exhausted on the floor. That episode had taken a lot out of them both from what Khan could tell. Picking himself up as best he could, the mod soul dusted off his spiky mane and turned to regard his roommate. Seriously, though, how you doing there, Karen? With one arm draped over her eyes, the kid gave a weary groan. I ache all over, she muttered, then shifted to regard him accusingly. You went overboard. How come my legs feel like they're jello? It wasn't like that when we practiced before. Meh, I was taking it easy on you. Khan crossed his arms and nodded his head in a sagacious and admittedly condescending manner. Mod souls were designed to be placed in corpses, because there was always a risk that any vessel used might just implode from our sheer awesome power. I never had a reason to show you what I'm really capable of until today. For all the good it did. He flinched and sent her a cross look which she gladly returned. To her surprise, though, Khan didn't keep it up for long. In fact, his face fell, giving him a rather crestfallen appearance. He even looked a little guilty now. I'm sorry, the mod soul mumbled. I didn't do a very good job protecting you, did I? His admission went a long way towards cooling her venomous ire. It was almost enough to forgive him for that whole Jigai molestation issue, almost. Still, Karen felt bad at seeing the plucky little ragdoll so honestly contrite. You tried your best, she sought to reassure him. I can't think of anything more you might have done. I mean, for a second there, when you were hammer-kicking her. You actually looked kinda, well, cool. Really? Khan glanced up at her in surprise. It was unusual to hear this cynical girl admit to admiring anything like that. Certainly not him. They had their moments, to be sure. Since their official introduction during the Autumn War, Karen had turned out to be a pretty good confidant. Or at least the one he liked the most, now that Rukia wasn't around. User remained in the dark about his identity, and their father belonged behind bars for some of the stunts he pulled. You'd think two admittedly perverted guys would have hit it off well, but there was no talking to the man when he was going into one of his tears. And some of his crazed ramblings involved his own daughters, which was just a little too out there for Khan's taste. The less said about Ichigo the better. This left Khan with only one real avenue of acceptable social interaction inside this house. But while he had always suspected Karen held a higher opinion of him than she might let on, it had never really been confirmed before. At least not directly. Geez, would you stop looking at me like that? She groused, hastily glancing off towards the window with a dark scowl. Was it his imagination, or did her face seem a little pink? Unexpectedly the thought made Khan shiver. I hope she's not getting to like me, or anything serious of that nature. I mean, I spend half my time in her brother's body. Not exactly the right setting to start anything. Wait, no, back up a second, I'm not thinking about stuff along those lines. A kid's a kid, and this one is practically like a sister to me. Not the way my Nae-san is, I mean her. I'd be glad to get inside. Hang on, this is getting dangerous. Khan took a few seconds to try and puzzle things out, but only found himself getting more turned around. Eventually he just shook his head in an attempt to clear it. Wow. Never occurred to me I was this screwed up. Must be from the whole business of getting jumped by the sleigh boy bunny back there. Good thing I was so scared of what might happen to Karen, or I would have really gotten off on the way ol' Funbags was treating me. Oh, the way they felt when she fell on me. A finger flicked him right on the nose. With a yelp he clutched his furry snout, tears forming in his beady black eyes. Just about to snap at her for treating a hero this way, Khan was stopped by a small hand against his mouth. When he regarded her warily, it was to find Karen had lifted her head off the floor and appeared to be listening hard. She then flicked her eyes in his direction. You hear that? He paused to listen. Sure enough, in the ensuing quiet there seemed to be voices coming from somewhere nearby. When Karen got up and crawled towards a corner of the room, he realized it was emitting from the heating grate. Khan hopped up and moved to join her. The two of them both listened attentively. After a while it became obvious that they were privy to Hine Kurosaki engaged in conversation with Nanao Ise elsewhere in the house. But while their voices were easily distinguishable, what they were saying was not. Try as he might, Khan could only make out a handful of words. Too bad, the tone of their conversation left him thinking it was a pretty serious topic. Karen seemed to be having just as much difficulty. At last she peered over at him. Do you think you can fit through the heating grate? And then what? He bristled. Try to navigate the ventilation ducts in the dark. I'm not getting lost in there to satisfy your curiosity. She seemed to consider this. Well, maybe you could sneak downstairs and listen in. We already know the Dragon Lady can't always sense you the same way she does everybody else. The very suggestion made his knees go all weak. Khan shook his head vehemently. I am definitely not going to risk my health to that extent. Do you have any idea what that woman would do if she caught me eavesdropping on her? She threatened to set me on fire if I so much as touched any of her precious business logs. To top it off. HSST. Karen held up a hand to call for silence. Did you hear? No. Then listen harder, stupid. He complied. The two spies huddled for a while beside the warm air vent. After a bit they looked at one another. You catch any of that? She inquired. I think he said why hunt. No, Karen shook her head in disagreement. No, I'm positive it was wild hunt. But what was that other phrase they kept repeating? It didn't sound Japanese. Khan thought back. It was Suernose, I'm positive this time. There was another N in there, that's why I had a hard time figuring it out. It made me think of Spanish class. Like Ser Niños, or Ser Nanas. Something like that. Ser Nanas. Ser Nanas. The words sounded so familiar, which was all the more irritating because Khan felt certain he had never met anyone by that name before. It wasn't like he spent all day watching Mexican soap operas or anything. In fact, a good deal of his time was spent confined to this room with all the other stuffed animals, dreading the prospect of being dragged into another of Yuzu's hellishly uncomfortable doll parties. Uncomfortable for him, at any rate, she really seemed to get off on them. Against his will he found his eyes crawling over to the troop of his fellow cotton cohorts arrayed atop the cabinet. And that's when it hit him. I think they've stopped. Karen strained to pick out anything else, then finally noticed Khan ambling off on his own. Hey, what are you doing? Hang on. He proceeded to rifle through Yuzu's small book collection on the lower shelf of her nightstand. As she watched curiously, Khan schemed over one title after another. No, he mumbled beneath his breath. That's not it. Come on, you sexy beast, think. What was it? Aha. With a triumphant cry he pulled out a large picture book and brought it over to where Karen sat. When she saw the title, her skepticism returned full force. It was one of the mythology books that her sister had so avidly devoured a few years back during one of her ghost crazes. This one had to do with foreign religions. She remembered a few of the crazier-looking gods and heroes, but none of that helped her understand what this might have to do with what they had been discussing. As if sensing doubt, Khan sought to make his retrieval plain. I will freely admit to learning a lot of things I never knew as a result of being in contact with you and your sister. Especially Yuzu. She dreams up all kinds of imaginary conversations whenever she's by herself, most of it with a supernatural angle. Probably because you and Ichigo are the only siblings who can see ghosts. It also explains why she's in your school's paranormal phenomenon club. But I'm getting off topic. He then opened the book to the back and quickly looked through the index. After some aborted spelling errors, he finally hit upon the right configuration of vowels and consonants. Khan then lifted an arm and pointed at the dresser top. When Karen looked where indicated, she saw a happy-looking kitten doll with a sombrero on its head. That, the mod soul stated in a low, disturbed tone, is my good friend Sir Nanas. He and I have weathered many a tea party together. And this, he then turned the book to a page indicated by the index, flipping it around so Karen could see, is his namesake, the reason your sister picked that name in the first place. She thought it sounded Spanish too, see? But it isn't. It's Celtic. Karen stared at the point indicated, working her tongue to try and frame the unfamiliar word. Cur. Ser none. Even knowing how it was supposed to sound didn't help her really get a feel for it. Khan finally cleared things up. It's Cernanos. Saying it out loud didn't help. Rather, it was only when her eye fell upon a picture included with the name that she remembered. There was a crude image of a man with a pointed face and the antlers of a deer growing out of his head. And when she saw it, a memory that had been pushed completely out of her head during the excitement today came back. Prior to Rangiku attacking them, there had been a pack of baying hounds running across the sky. And even before that she had seen. Right then the door to her room swung open. Karen jumped upon seeing her older brother Ichigo standing in the doorframe wearing a livid expression. Ichi-nii. She gasped, scrambling upright. What is it? Ichigo ignored her, barging in without even asking for permission. His eye fell on Khan, who immediately looked nervous all over again. What the hell, Khan? The angry teenager roared. How could you screw up so bad? I thought I could depend on you for at least this much. She fell on top of me, I can't help it if my skirt rode up. Ichigo's face took on a bewildered cast. What? Nothing. Khan cringed guiltily. Karen was looking between them. Ichi-nii, why are you home so early? Don't you have club practice? I got a call from Ishida. He told me what happened. Khan, I oughta wring your rayon neck. How could that fashionista tell you anything? The mod soul demanded. He didn't even show up until the end. And anyway, how come you didn't make an appearance? I'll tell you why, it's because you're so thick you couldn't tell if a Vastolord was standing in the same room as you. Ichigo just growled and made a grab for the yellow toy, who deftly dodged aside. Her brother stumbled in his bare feet and spun around to try for another ineffectual lunge. Kon leapt and bounced off the walls with Ichigo charging along after him like an enraged bull. They were both shouting at one another, neither bothering to listen to what the other had to say. Karen watched their embarrassing game of cat and mouse, feeling frustrated and pretty darn annoyed. When she finally had to slide out of the way to avoid getting dog-piled, that did it. All right, both of you, out of my room. She then proceeded to grab her honored elder's sleeve and drag him to the door. What, me too, Karen? Kon protested, trotting along at her heels. Yes, you too. I've had a very bad day and I want to get some sleep. Try not to make too much noise killing each other. She nudged the velveteen sex fiend out into the hall with her foot and shut the door. Karen then flopped down on her bed with a grateful sigh. Thoughts and questions were rattling around in her brain. She remembered Matsumoto's smile, the sight of that wicked Shinigami facing off against the Dragon Lady, and the look Kon wore while he was trying to protect her. Then there was the ghostly pack and their leader. It would seem that things had gotten dangerous again. Well, it was too much to process now. Best get some shut-eye until Yuzo got home. The sounds of different conversations slipped through the walls, reduced to simply a pleasant gurgle of voices. Like a stream splashing over rocks without sense or reason. It served to lull Karen's weary brain into a state of blissful torpor. In no time at all she was asleep. Several minutes later, there was a stirring in the darkened room. As if finding nothing that would pose any threat, a small dark shape rose hesitantly out of Karen's slumbering body. It had no definite form. If anything, this entity resembled a collection of black dust motes held precariously together. Bobbing along, the little shadow flapped its hazy wings and took off through the window, disappearing on its wayward flight home. Nanao blew on her tea to cool it. She spared not a glance for Ichigo when he went trundling by the kitchen, only pausing to take a sip before setting the cup down and regarding the man across the table. The problem is we have no way of tracking them, the former lieutenant stated matter-of-factly. And even if there were, it wouldn't make any difference. The Wild Hunt isn't even in this world yet. We have no way of mounting an attack until they do make an appearance. That's the way it has always been. But their presence is being felt in various ways, including telecommunication disruption, explaining why the phones weren't working earlier. Ishine Kurosaki grunted. He rubbed his bearded chin, affecting a measure of calm determination totally unlike him. One eyebrow raised as he looked back to Nanao. There's always Shinji and his crew. They're stationed in Hueco Mundo. I could ask them to try and track down our quarry. If he manages to get Zaraki on board, they could conceivably wipe out the hunt altogether. She crossed her arms and frowned into her teacup. The steam had made her glasses fog slightly, but Nanao made no move to take them off for cleaning. That must be inconvenient. Still, Ishine appreciated her precaution. You know as well as I that coordinated efforts to destroy them have been tried before. We're dealing with something that is as much myth and legend for us as it is regular humans. Virtually nothing is known about the Wild Hunt or the force that animates it. Whether or not they're really hollows at all or some kind of natural phenomenon was a source of academic interest during my time at the academy. Several papers were published on the topic. I could make discreet inquiries with some old colleagues, but I doubt they would have anything new to offer. I already read all their available works anyway. If only we had cameras back during their last run, her host mused thoughtfully. Someone might have been able to snap a picture of Cernunnos, clear up this whole mess. The noise of an altercation upstairs drew their attention. Both conspirators quieted down to listen. After a little while Ichigo came barreling down the stairs again, threw on his jacket without a word and slammed the door on his way out. When Nanao looked back at Ishine, she felt concern at the way his face seemed heavy with pain and anxiety. Rub his shoulders. That'll make him feel better. Then you can. Not now. There's no reason to think Karen or anyone we know was their target, Nanao swiftly sought to reassure him. It could have been someone on the other side of the world and we were just seeing the tail end of the pack. That's not what has me worried, Ishine finally admitted. He settled one arm on the table, leaning forward and gazing down at the wooden surface as if searching for hidden answers in the rings and whorls. When he got like this there was an air of tangible menace about him, a darkening of his otherwise carefree features that sent a thrill up Neneo's spine. It reminded her of something that regular contact with this man tended to make you forget, that in spite of his behavior, he remained a former captain of the now-defunct Godi I-13. One of the most powerful souls alive. Matsumoto is a wild card, and there's no reason to think her presence in any way coincided with the hunt. Regular humans can't even see it. But we can worry about her later. The fact remains that it is active again. And that means they're hunting someone. But who is it? And why have they been targeted for death? That's what I'd give my left nut to find out. Neneo shared the sentiment, if not the sacrifice. There is one other avenue of information we might try, she phrased her suggestion carefully. But it would require a visit to Soul Society, and possibly Hueco Mundo itself. That means Urahara, the Kurosaka patriarch finished for her, blowing out his breath with a sigh. Assuming he's willing or capable of helping anyone. Not necessarily an issue. It all depends on locating our go-to-gel. That means Siamese squad. Wherever they are is where their lieutenant will be. Well, it does make a certain sort of sense. And most likely nobody bothered to ask about the hunt in particular when she was being grilled by iPhone's Vipers. He stood then, and Neneo followed. The two of them headed upstairs. Stopping by Karen's door, her father listened with his ear pressed to the frame. Neneo waited patiently without comment. After a while Ishine gave a soft grunt of confirmation. He then opened the door slowly so as not to make the hinges squeak. Once this was accomplished the two outcast Shinigami gazed on the girl curled up on her bed. When you want to know about hollows? Ishine whispered. The dragon lady adjusted her glasses. Ask an Espada. Forced out of his sometime home, Khan made his way up onto the snow-covered roof to brood. There was nothing that got his goat worse than listening to Ichigo upbraid him about not trying hard enough. Who was he to judge? Dumb kid just fell into his Shinigami powers out of the blue, not like he ever really had cause to complain about getting short-changed. Khan, on the other hand, had to make do with a very limited and specialized skill set. He could run. He could jump. He could kick. And he was a pretty mean breakdancer too, but that was hardly of any help in this situation. Still, with a little creative know-how, talents like his could get a person far in life. Were he really of such a mind, he could become rich and famous in this world, capable of things no mere mortal might ever achieve. A brief image entered his head of him sporting a gold medal on the 100-meter dash winners' podium at the Olympics. Of course the scene was ruined by the fact that he automatically imagined himself in his little lion form, and the second and third place finishers towered over him in spite of his standing on the top rung. This left Khan feeling even more restless and agitated. He glanced down at his stubby cotton legs, idly flexing them back and forth. Maybe if he had a real body, one he knew inside and out and could depend upon, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did today. Not that he was disparaging Karen, she kept herself in great shape. All that soccer really paid off in terms of leg strength. Still, it was always like putting on a different suit every time. He couldn't just acclimate himself right away without any hitches. Had he only been a little faster, more capable, that woman might never have laid a hand on his little sister. Funny how he tended to think of her in that term more often than not. Both her and Yuzo. They were practically his only family in the world. At least, now that Rukia was gone. The other spearhead Project Mod Souls were all dead years past. Who else could he turn to? Khan stared out across the slate-gray horizon, considering. What I really want is a chance to fit in. Not just be a resource or a pest or however they actually look at me. I want to be treated, like a man, I guess. Show that orange-headed delinquent he can't res on me whenever he's feeling steamed. Hell, I did a better deal of protecting his kid sister today than he did. Where was Ichigo, anyway? Off yelling men, and Kota, and other crap like that. Who's he to judge me for not doing a better job? Rukia would understand. She took care of me. Treated me like a friend and companion. And occasionally a dish rag, but that's beside the point. Not for the first time, he felt his chest ache with what he had come to recognize was a kind of dissatisfaction with himself and possibly life in general. Khan never really viewed his status in the same manner he suspected everybody else did. They were all under the impression that he hung around because he had a job to do. But that wasn't really the case. Ichigo now owned a whole cartridge full of regular mod souls. He could use them whenever he wanted. Lately he just left Khan in his cotton carcass when a hollow situation occurred, ostensibly to keep an eye on his sisters when he wasn't around, but also Khan suspected because he considered that an appropriate position in life for him. Carrot-flavored ogre. Thinks he's so hot, maybe he should just stay a Shinigami all the time. If we were on an equal footing body-wise, I'd show him a thing or two. Kick his butt. Make him lick my boots. Put him over my knee and spank him like a toddler, exactly the way I was today, when Karen stood in danger of being violated. That ache around his chest turned into a stab of hurt, and Khan let out a gasping sob. Right then he noticed that he had been crying for a while now. My fault. All my fault. I'm just a useless stuffed teddy bear, and because of that, a kid nearly got hurt. I couldn't do anything to prevent it. Tried my best. Karen even said so. Only it wasn't good enough. She saved herself, and was just being nice so as not to hurt my feelings. It wouldn't matter if I did have a real body, the end result probably would have stayed the same. And if Nanao hadn't come along to save us, I might be dead right now. The memory of being helpless today served to refresh his fears. He understood that feeling. It was one of the first things the mod soul ever learned. How it meant to sit very still, unable to save yourself, as those around you were taken away to die. Knowing that your turn would eventually come. Every time the lid on their container opened, Khan had experienced terror inside his little green pill as the cold face of death loomed large over them, seeming to decide arbitrarily which ones she would take next. If not for some nervous little kid with big eyes and a rat tail sticking out of his scalp, Khan would have followed his sibling's fate, no doubt about it. He had been smuggled out to a land of hope and promise. A place where people cared about him. And still I don't have anything to offer them. I'm sorry, the mod soul whimpered, hunkering in on himself and crying unreservedly. His head shook from side to side in set mournful arcs. I'm so sorry. It's all right. Worm's hands came around his waist. To his surprise, Khan found himself being lifted up and set in someone's lap. As a pair of arms crossed over his chest in a gentle embrace, drawing him back to rest against this unexpected deliverance from heaven, a feeling of total peace and contentment stole over him. Looking out at the falling snow, he couldn't remember ever feeling quite so relieved and grateful. Except for that very first time, when he met. Khan tilted his head around to see who held him. A soft smile greeted his eyes. In response, tears of happiness once more came to his own. "Nei-san," he whispered. To be continued. Chapter 2, Winter's End, Aide-de-Camp. Off the coast of Peru, the early morning sky was beginning to darken out over the ocean. Looking up, the boy frowned. He had been keeping himself occupied examining baby sea turtles as they hatched and made for the surf. Several of this early blooming clutch had already fallen prey to hungry seagulls, and it was his wont to shoo away the swooping birds should they come too close to any under his inspection. Many the time he had been warned about disrupting the balance of nature, but what was the point of having a brain if you didn't use it to make decisions? He had the right to act on his principles, and defending helpless infants regardless of species appealed to him. It was nobody's business how he spent his time anyway. But now he misliked the look of those clouds. For some reason they reminded him of the ocean itself. There was peril evident in both sides of the vast horizon now. Normally it was just the water he feared. The boy had always sensed there was something dangerous beneath the waves. Even before he was warned exactly what that threat might be, he never set so much as a toe in the waves for fear of what it might attract. To be sure, it had been many years since that particular sense of dread troubled him. One day the source of that foreboding simply disappeared, like it had relocated to he knew not where. In spite of this, the boy remained dead set against entering that boundless blue expanse. Only now, a well-remembered premonition of danger was back. Adding to this time came the sure feeling that it was aimed specifically for him. The boy did not discount this warning. He had been taught better. It was time to go into hiding for a while. Let this menace pass him by like so many before. With that he drifted off the beach and slipped away into the coastal crags. Two black-clad Viper members stood at attention outside the abandoned detention facility once christened the Maggot's Nest. While certainly quite imposing in appearance, their strict unmoving posture did not necessarily indicate vigilance. Their commander demonstrated this herself, when she took out both of them before they even knew she was there. As the pair of ninja collapsed unconscious on the grass, So iPhone stepped past them into the undefended tunnel system. The fact that no one was now on guard at the entrance should be little cause for concern. Anyone those two could have dealt with posed no threat to a captain, and as she had just proven, a strong opponent would make short work of them anyway. As long as she was here, the situation remained well in hand. Appropriate reassignment and punishments could be determined later. Her squad members were not supposed to fall so blithely to anyone, captain or no. Excuses did not help you improve or mitigate your failings. Precaution. Not to be taken unawares, though, so iPhone first made certain to inscribe several Keto spells of varying hostility along the walls as she passed by. These would serve to warn her if anyone followed behind. Satisfied, she proceeded into the main complex. Once inside the huge underground warren, the head of Viper Company took notice of her surroundings. No sound marked her passage through the derelict prison, not the swish of cloth or even the crunch of gravel underfoot. So iPhone moved undetected as a falling leaf. The silence was both soothing and oppressive. It could herald the presence of those lying in wait to launch a sneak attack. Then again, a truly skilled assassin would blend into any ambient noise, unnoticeable by even local wildlife. Some might think this outlook would turn a person into a nervous wreck. And for most of the population that would be the case. But she was the exception, able to retain her sanity while remaining on constant alert. No successful captain of the Onmitsukido would be otherwise. Only a few months past, this facility was under 2nd Division's direct care, its upkeep and security entrusted to them by the Council of 46. Now neither of those institutions existed anymore, at least not in their previous forms. The 46 had been decimated in its entirety. Shortly thereafter the legislative body itself was disbanded before suitable replacements could even be determined. As for Squad 2 of the once illustrious Godi 13, it had also undergone a reordering, though of a far less fatal nature. Various elements of the 9th and 3rd Divisions were integrated with the 2nd in order to form the company now known as Viper. Whereas before they had been charged with all manner of clandestine maneuvers, the full scope of which were known only to a handful of individuals, now their tasks were much more narrowly constrained. Virtually every one of her subordinates had been astonished to learn that they would no longer be employed in the capacity of assassins. After all, some might say that the Onmitsukido lived for little else. How many of her colleagues would be surprised to learn that So iPhone had accepted her new responsibilities without any complaint. It was not a question of liking the new order. Rather she held a very clinical and pragmatic outlook towards her position. As the captain, she sought to represent everything that the post entailed. Members of Viper Squad need look no further than her to find a shining example of how they were expected to behave. However, that did not mean So iPhone in any way held affection for the duties she performed. She no more relished the taking of life than any other duty, though she performed it with a skill few could emulate and virtually none surpass. Every talent she could lay claim to, every skill at her disposal, served the purpose of carrying out her assigned role. But while So iPhone did embody her position, she did not define it. Her wishes had no bearing on the title of captain. She was not so proud as to think herself worthy of deciding what such a lofty role was meant to require. It was only necessary she ensure that the post was done no disservice by her occupying it. Not every soul was born with some sort of grand purpose, after all. This was why she could risk her own life, and dispose of others, without any compunctions. If she should happen to die, it would be no great loss to the world. Only were she to fail would there be any cause for concern. A replacement could always be found, but the consequences of a task left unfulfilled were not so easily remedied. All the same, a diligent observer might notice that So iPhone's pace this morning was slightly quicker than usual. which could indicate a desire to be done with her business and leave that wholly unsettling place. There was nothing further from the truth. The explanation was quite obvious, so iPhone was eager to reach her goal, in a way virtually no other reason could be relied upon. A trip down a long flight of stairs led to the opening of a large well-lit cavern. The ceiling was tiled, whereas the floor and sides of this great burrow still showed rough unworked stone. A few chairs or tables were evident, indicating this had once been the main community chamber of the nest, where inmates were permitted to congregate freely. Now it stood barren. Careful. At least to all appearances. So iPhone remained perfectly still, allowing her perceptions of this place to flow together. As soon as she came in, it had been evident that something disrupted the harmony of emptiness which should otherwise reign here. Now it was time to determine what that anomaly may be. When she felt certain of her conclusion, the captain turned and bowed, one fist slapping into her palm with eyes cast downward in genuflection. Kojiro-sama. 10 feet away, where once to all appearances there had been only an anonymous stretch of wall, a figure emerged. Wearing robes of deepest charcoal brightened by a gold-pinned orange sash across his chest, Kojiro Sasakaiba praised the woman genuflecting before him. Feng, he greeted her in response. Neither of them bothered with official titles. It was emblematic of their relative positions here. In this place, at this time, they were not acting in a capacity as guardians of all souls. Socializing was in no way part of the reason behind their meeting. The golden-eyed elder stepped forward. By the smallest twitch of his fingers did she receive permission to rise. As he passed, so iPhone took up step 3 paces back to show proper deference. This allowed her to gauge the appearance of that proud figure, the oldest of all the current Shinigami save for one. Despite the burden of centuries, the uncle of her clan leader displayed no signs of infirmity. In spite of the silver hair, he looked to be in the fullness and vigor of adulthood. He had taken his wife's name after marriage, and though she was long since departed, Kojiro of Clan Shihoin had never resumed his position in the family. At least not officially. Some things about yourself could not be discarded, no matter the circumstances. They did not speak any further. Instead, the pair of retainers made their way through that empty compound, drawing to a halt before a door which led to the secluded detention wing. It slid open at their approach, and they found themselves facing a morose little girl with twin horse tails on either side of her head. "Good evening, Yururu-chan," Sasakaiba greeted her softly. "Sir." The tiny guard lifted her skirts and curtsied in a distinctly Western fashion. To So iPhone she made a full-form bow at the waist. The captain nodded in recognition, after which Yururu turned and led them down a darkened flight of stairs. After reaching ground level, the trio proceeded in silence until coming upon a particular chamber, whereupon Yururu dismantled the spell architecture, keeping this room secure while her guests waited patiently. When this was complete, the portal opened and she led them both inside. From behind the bars of her cage, Yoriyuki Shihoin looked up at their entry and grinned. "Hey, guys. Glad you could make it." Yoriyuki-sama, both of her faithful servants spoke and bowed at the exact same time. So iPhone, of course, could not help but try and outdo the noble uncle by abasing herself just a bit lower. It was only proper, after all. She was not related to Lady Yoriyuki by blood, and must needs show proper deference. In the meantime, the Viper captain surreptitiously made a note of Lady Yoriyuki's condition. A quick appraisal of her soul signature confirmed this was not a Jigai simulacrum made to deceive the unwary. Nor did her mistress give any of the secret signals that would indicate she was being coerced in any way. Having confirmed this, there was no mistaking the lady for anyone else. She was wearing what looked to be a white short-sleeved shirt whose hem stopped just below her waist. And nothing more. On anyone else this attire would have been scandalous. Yoriyuki managed to make it seem not only proper, but even had so iPhone, considering how it would look on her own frame. In addition, that skimpy garment allowed her to easily determine that the lady was in no way suffering from malnutrition or evidenced any sign of abuse. Her teeth were in good condition, mahogany skin glowing, purple hair clean and lustrous, eyes bright with no trouble focusing. She was the very picture of health despite being confined in this solitary cell 24/7. Confirmed. Having satisfied herself as to Yoriyuki's well-being, so iPhone turned her attention to the lodgings. While small, there was no shortage of upkeep. Everything appeared clean, although telltale marks in the walls, floor, and ceiling told her trained eye that ferocious combat had taken place here, and recently too. Which came as no surprise. For the past 3 weeks this cell had housed 2 of the most extraordinary souls in the afterlife. Following the Autumn War, Lady Yuriuki Shihoin had volunteered to incarcerate herself inside the maggot's nest, for what one could only assume were good reasons. In the interim she delegated her newly reinstated roles as head of the Onmitsukido and the 2nd Division back to her prize pupil. This move was something of a relief, since So-iPhone had been uncertain what she would do with herself should Lady Yuriuki declare her services were no longer required. Now that issue could be set aside indefinitely, or at least for the time it took the Shihoin heiress to work out any personal problems. Meanwhile her loyal vassal would continue to undertake the roles with which she had been entrusted. Which brought up an auxiliary issue that was far from pleasing. It had not escaped So-iPhone's attention that on the other side of those bars lurked another unmistakable form. Even now, curled up in a tattered blanket against the wall with his back facing them, she had no trouble recognizing Kisuke Urahara, former captain, colleague, and warden of this very same prison in which they found themselves. The realization that this loathsome undisciplined outlaw was being granted the privilege of spending every moment whether awake or asleep in Lady Yuriuki's company served to make So-iPhone clench her jaw in affront. The very idea. Not 6 months ago, there had been a warrant of arrest and detainment on that head which she would have been only too glad to see collected. Now he was enjoying a level of paradise that she, Shaolin Feng, had never dared to court even in her wildest dreams. It simply did not bear further consideration for the sheer effrontery of it all. The fact that Urahara had been beaten senseless was duly noted, but it did nothing to deter her firm and justifiable wrath. Though he should feel privileged to be laid low by such divine skill as was possessed by Lady Yuriuki. If the princess of the Shihoin took notice of this inner categorization on her part, she chose not to remark upon it. Instead Yuriuki crossed her arms over the bars and leaned against them. Now, I know you're both still tremendously busy, so I'll skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. I have a job for you. Upon hearing this, So-iPhone could not help but grow excited in a way her normal duties never allowed. A secret mission for her patron sovereign. Her fantasies usually began in this way, but now was not the time to dwell on such things. Instead she listened eagerly for whatever must come next. Yuriuki-sama, Kojiro addressed his clan leader then. While I would be honored to undertake any task you deem fit, I feel it my place to remind you that Seoul society remains in a very tenuous position at this time. Not even a month has passed since the war. With the Rokanga destroyed, we are strained to the limits attempting to care for all the souls that have returned from the Kukaki safe dimension. The residents have been most patient in this undertaking, but I fear that even striving to our utmost, it will be half a year before we can fashion something permanent in the way of accommodations for them. And that is a cautious estimate. So-iPhone did not interrupt. Everything he said was true. Their workload as Shinigami had quadrupled in the months since the Autumn War. And lest it be forgotten, their duties in the world of the living remained as well. The Shinigami could only devote half their efforts to refashioning this realm. The remainder of their time must be spent escorting any souls lingering on Earth to their final reward. The captains, minus Zaraki, of course, had all agreed early on that the task of soul reclamation could not be allowed to fall behind no matter how daunting the situation in Seoul society. She herself had agreed. Yes, all that remained true. And yet, should Lady Yuriuki ask it of her, So-iPhone was prepared to set aside all these concerns in an instant. Explore. This was no weakness or selfishness on her part. More like honest deliberation. Already the ninja captain's brain had plotted her course in swift and sensible leaps. She would delegate authority of Viper Company to her new lieutenant, who had taken over following the previous second seat's decision to retire. Considering the injuries he received in the fighting, she had permitted him to do so without repercussion. The assignments that had been entrusted to her personally would then either be curtailed or granted to specific teams who could be depended upon to handle those matters satisfactorily. It would have been nice to give her vote on the captain's council to Sasakib-sama, but under the circumstances, that honor would be offered to Tessai Tsukabishi, another longtime associate of her patroness, and of a far more reliable persuasion than that blonde twit. After all, Kojiro had officially resigned as a lieutenant, though he still functioned in the capacity of a death god. As it turned out, these preparations were rendered moot when Yoriyuki spoke next. "Don't worry, you won't have to go anywhere just yet, Otoji-san. It's not quite time for that stage." She squatted down with hands resting on her knees and regarded them both in a serious manner which sent a shiver up So-iPhone's spine. "Simply put, I want the two of you to bring someone to me. Alive? In what state do you want them, Yoriyuki-sama?" The golden-eyed inmate smiled as if they were sharing a private joke. Before So-iPhone could even register the rush of pleasure this instilled in her, those eyes flashed a very dangerous light. This served the same effect as a bucket of icy water dousing her ardor, so that the next soft-spoken word felt like a cold knife slid into her spine. Alive. So-iPhone had to fight the instinct to swallow in a suddenly dry throat, turning her attention back as their mistress continued to instruct them. "The person in question is hard to find, which is why I'm first sending Yururu here to look for him." Yoriyuki gestured over to the girl, who looked uncomfortable under their collective stares before giving a slight nod in acceptance. Satisfied, the cat goddess continued. "Once he's been located, she'll report back to Hinta and you can handle the rest. Considering how good the target is at hiding, it'll probably take her a while to dig up anything, which means you'll have plenty of time to attend to your duties. But even once he's located, he'd never just come along willingly. So if I'm not out of here by then, I need somebody dependable to catch him." Their princess settled back on her hands and regarded the two vassals. "Sound good?" "Of a certain, Yoriyuki-sama," Kojiro inclined his head gravely. "Thank you for taking our situations into account. I should have expected no less from you. Rest assured that when the time to call upon us arrives, we shall both be prepared to fully offer our services on your behalf." So-iPhone simply knelt and pressed her forehead to the stone by way of showing acceptance. This served to illustrate there had never been any need for the Lady of Shihoin to doubt her own devotion in whatever way might be required. In the back of the cell, a brief groan came from Urahara's huddled form. His cellmate glanced back in appraisal before returning her attention to their visitors. "That's all for now. I'll give Yururu all the information she needs and she in turn will impart it to you. Hopefully we won't need to speak again until everything's been resolved. I know that I can rely on your best efforts." This time when she smiled, it held so much warmth it was as though the sun had risen right in front of them. "Thank you both for doing this." Peering up at such an amazing sight, So-iPhone's heartbeat raced at this token of high esteem. Upon feeling her face go slightly red, she hurriedly looked down at the floor in order to keep that shameful reaction hidden. A slight movement on Yoriyuki's part must have been a permission to leave, as Sasuke rose and began to back out with Yururu close behind. So-iPhone followed suit. On the edge of the doorframe, however, a thought occurred to her. Initially hesitating to speak it, she finally decided it could not do any harm. "Yoriyuki-sama." The goddess of Flash glanced over with raised eyebrows. An urge to fidget uncomfortably was quelled without mercy. "If it is not too much trouble, might we be permitted to know the name of the target? In the interest of preparing for our mission." Yoriyuki did not look surprised at this understandable request. "No problem. His code name is Masahiko." She then turned back to where Urahara lay, raising a hand in dismissal as she did. "Happy hunting, now." The door shut before her. So-iPhone considered this information while Kojiro and the little golem moved further away. She knew the codename of every contact and target on file with the Onmitsukido, and there was no one by that title. Could this be a sign? Was Lady Yoriyuki trying to tell her something? Secret? Whatever the case, when she was eventually called into act, there was no way she would let the target get away from her. This case shall be resolved to the satisfaction of all concerned. Spell. Ah, yes. I must warn Kojiro-sama before he walks into those traps I set up. Disciplining inattentive underlings was one thing. Incapacitating a nobleman quite another. With that, So-iPhone took off down the hall in pursuit. It felt so natural just to be sitting here that Khan could hardly bring himself to speak for fear of discovering it was all a dream. In spite of this he found himself blurting out, "I knew you'd be back soon." In response Rukia held out another dumpling with her chopsticks that he took eagerly. She then went back to eating from her small neat bento box. In spite of this being food from Seoul society, Khan found he could still handle it like ordinary fare, which was news to him. Perched atop a children's playground slide shaped like a penguin, the two of them continued their repast while watching the crew of Shinigami engaged in their work. Khan took a bite and studied this undertaking uncomprehendingly. "What are those guys doing, Nae-san?" She placed a fried shrimp in her mouth, chewing daintily before speaking. "Undoing the spells left behind by Matsumoto Rangiku." "Seriously?" He looked on the proceedings with interest. Nearly a dozen Shinigami were toiling on a deserted stretch of road. Any pedestrians or vehicles coming their way seemed to unconsciously make a detour around them without noticing what they were doing. This was something unprecedented in the Mod Soul's experience. Doesn't seem like much going on, other than waving their arms and a lot of talking. We have to be careful in case there is more here than predicted. Placing the bento to one side, Rukia hoisted her sheathed soul cutter up onto one shoulder. Her plum-colored eyes observed the proceedings intently. The 13th Division originally specialized in the handling of curses, spells, and magic gone awry. Our specialty was fighting hollows that favored unconventional methods over the mundane tooth and claw variety. That was our duty in the Godiai 13. We were a purification detail, you could say, dealing with enemies whose influence might last beyond their defeat. Quite the opposite of the 11th, in that you would hardly find any Shinigami in our ranks whose Zanpakuto was direct assault-based. Khan took this opportunity while she was absorbed in explanation to study Rukia. Her uniform had changed from what he remembered. While still black, it no longer resembled the outdated style of dress that previously defined a Shinigami. Instead, she was sporting a long overcoat with a high narrow collar that enclosed her throat. A band of white ran from neck to waist, where the jacket split in front to form a flowing hem that reached down to her ankles and flapped like wings when she walked. Tight-fitting sleeves ended in thin gloves attached at the cuffs that could be slipped off to dangle loose or tucked into pockets around her wrists. A white sash wrapped around her waist. She still wore baggy Hakama trousers, only now wooden sandals had been replaced with soft black tabi shoes that had the outline of the old-fashioned rope laces sewn into them in silver thread. Khan had no idea what material this uniform was made of, but he got the feeling it was stronger than it looked, and definitely offered more protection than the flimsy get-up all Shinigami had been required to wear before. More modern, to be sure. In spite of this, she seemed comfortable in it. Actually, it kinda reminded him of the outfit that smiling trader captain had worn when he saw him briefly back during the war. But Khan did not dare mention this. Instead, his gaze drifted downward to focus on her left arm. More specifically, to the small wooden badge with the outline of a bird burned into it. He knew what that meant. Some things don't change. Those guys down there all work for you, don't they? You're their boss now. Her fingers reached to touch that wooden seal in what he guessed was becoming a habit. Like she needed to make certain it hadn't disappeared. I gained the position of lieutenant in Heron's squad shortly after its formation. Heron. That name didn't jive with what he knew about the Godiai 13 from talking to Ichigo and the others. Yes. Lieutenant Kukaki lifted her chin to study the heavens. There are 7 divisions now in place of the old 13. Their names are Heron, Viper, Siamese, Tiger, Leopard, Ibis, and Greyhound. Heron is made of my old squad, the 13th, in addition to the 4th. Viper is 2nd Division mixed with elements of both 9th and 3rd. The 8th joined the 10th to make Leopard Company, while 1st, 6th and 7th formed Greyhound. The 11th absorbed certain volatile former prisoners of Siridi who were handed over by the Onmitsukido and so became Tiger. And the 12th took on recruits from the 5th, renaming itself Ibis. Any leftovers or those who didn't fit a particular mold turned into Siamese, which actually made it one of the largest. Numbers and tiny animals were running around Khan's brain in a confusing jumble, all being chased by little bouncing bunny rabbits. It was too much to take in at once. He shook his head vigorously and concentrated on what he did understand. So Nissan got a new gig. On the one hand, it was nice to know that Rukia was doing well in her job. But on the other, this probably meant she would not be sticking around for very long. As he understood it, lieutenants didn't get the chance to go off on their own very much. The result being that he wasn't quite sure how to feel about this news. Gotta say something, though. So you're doing pretty well for yourself. Good for you, Rukia Nisan. The noblewoman nodded primly without further comment. Meanwhile Khan continued to regard her in a new light. It was oddly exhilarating the way this beautiful soul sat there all reserved and demure when she now had the power to command legions of Shinigami. Turns out a powerful woman was more of a turn-on than he had ever realized. Khan couldn't resist asking. Say, Nisan, can you do me a favor? Rukia glanced over at him. What? Boss around some of your underlings for me. Really make them shiver in their shoes. One of her short eyebrows rose in response to this odd request. Undeterred, Khan found he was getting more worked up as his imagination roared into high gear. Do you have a whip you can crack? Or maybe leather stilettos you can step on a guy's head with? I wanna see how you look when you're barking out orders and making em grovel at your FAQ. This last exclamation resulted from the tip of Sode no Shirayuki's sheath being driven into the back of Khan's head, slamming the deviant teddy face first into the playground roof and pinning him there. While he flailed wildly and made muffled exclamations, Rukia snatched another bite of her meal and chewed with a moody frown, resolutely refusing to look at what she was doing to him. After a while she relented and set him free. Khan came upright with a gasp. He sat there panting heavily for a while. Eventually the little lion's head bowed down, and a violent shiver rocked his frame. Rukia regarded him curiously while continuing to chew. To her surprise, when Khan's chin lifted he was smiling with tears in his eyes. Damn, I've really missed that. And you, Nisan? He wheezed happily. At this, the lavender-eyed lieutenant swallowed before cracking a smile. I'm glad. They went back to watching the purification ceremony. A minute later Khan finally worked up the courage to ask what had been bothering him. So this is just an assignment. You're not here to stay again, are you? No. Rukia passed a hand through her hair and exhaled slowly. It was enchanting seeing her with eyes half closed, a wistful look on her face while snow fell through her spectral form. He almost missed what she said next, so taken was he by her. I just saw an opportunity and went. Nanao sent us the intel and Heron was assigned to remedy the situation. Captain Katetsu didn't tell me not to go, so it isn't like I did anything wrong. It sounded like she was rehearsing an explanation for when she finally got back. Khan started to feel desperate knowing that their time together was short-lived. They're all okay. He hurriedly sought to reassure her. The twins, Orium, even Chad, and Pencil. I mean, Urayu. She shifted a bit to regard him. And Ichigo. Here Khan hesitated. Should he tell the truth or gloss it over? Maybe it didn't matter and the Dragon Lady had already informed her old colleagues about everything. This is taking too long, she'll know something's up. He's no good. Without you, I mean. It's really eating him up not having you around. The Shinigami did not respond. She quickly looked back towards the work site. All the same, he could see how much that statement hurt. While Rukia's attention seemed riveted on the job at hand, Khan suspected her thoughts were far away, with a certain orange-haired substitute Shinigami. He truly hated Ichigo right then. For making his Nisan look so sad. And more importantly, for the real reason behind it. Now Khan felt he was right back to where he had been before Rukia showed up. Miserable, and disconsolate. Completely dissatisfied with himself. In spite of her pretty much being the single most important person in his world, their relationship was nowhere near as strong as the one she had with Ichigo. Because when you came right down to it, the kid won out by the simple fact that he could lay claim to a living body at any time, while Khan was forced to work with cast-offs and loans. Why did it have to be that way? His heart was just as good, if not better, than that punk's. Why did he always get the short end of the stick? Unnoticed beside his beloved, Khan stewed. It was unfair that he should lose out on a forced technicality. He literally threw himself at her. He boldly expressed his affection, while Ichigo could barely fumble through a sentence regarding Rukia. And yet, no matter what happened, he remained a mod soul. Which meant no real chance at winning her heart. Sure, folks might say it's what's inside that counts. But they never had to deal with a situation like this, now did they? No real body to call his own. And that's the way it would always be. Unless that changed. It was like something drained out of him then. Not in a bad way, more like a stopper had been pulled, and a wall that previously stood between them dissolved. It left Khan sitting there with Rukia in a sense they hadn't been before. The situation had changed, and the whole world felt different as a result. But did she realize it? "Nay-san. I want a shot." Rukia looked down at him. Shot. She had no idea how gorgeous she was right then, with the snow falling all around her. He wished to take her hand and lead her off to someplace private where he might let her know the new determination that had awoken inside him. Maybe it was a result of the narrowly averted tragedy today, a combination of his self-reproach at being unable to save Karen on his own and now finding Rukia so close to him and yet still beyond his reach. Whatever the reason, there was no longer any excuse to hold back. Khan picked himself up, dusting off the snow that had collected on his small form. "A shot at living," he explained. "I don't want to be just a mascot anymore. I want something real. A body to call my own, and everything that comes with it. Do you know what I mean?" Her face became troubled. "Khan. You can do that, right?" It felt like whatever constituted his heart was going a mile a minute, faster than his own unsurpassed leg speed. The words came tumbling out as a result. "You've got the authority now. If you really ask, you can get me a Jigai all my own. And then I can use it too." She was looking at him so intently it almost felt like he was no longer simply a stuffed mascot. At least not in her eyes. Almost as if she was seeing him for all he was worth, all the potential he, or rather, they might have. Right then there could have been no more perfect opportunity to say what really needed to be said. Instead all his conviction failed him, and he found himself mumbling, "Protect the people I care about. I mean, you and the girls. Like a real man does." Rukia still hadn't spoken. Furious at himself for chickening out, Khan still resolved to try and salvage as much as he could out of this moment. "Nay-san, you stood up for me when all this business started. That saved my life. Ichigo might have done the same, but it was you. Up until now I just did whatever anybody needed from me at the time. And if protecting him and his family is the best I can accomplish for you right now, then I want to be able to put in the most effort I can. But when I'm like this..." He cast a glance down at his fuzzy tube sock of a body before resolving to meet her eye with a determined air. "That's just not good enough," Khan declared. "I don't want to be at a disadvantage when it counts. I want to have all the same concerns they do, so that I never miss out on something important. And maybe when it's all over and I'm not needed anymore, there'll be good stuff waiting for me." Looking back at his own words, it felt like he had managed to convey the gist of his longing without really letting the truth slip. Would that be enough to sway his cool and highly unpredictable Nissan? Kukakifa Kotaiku. Oh, crud. Looking down, Khan found they had been joined by one of her division flunkies. He was dressed in the same new duds as Rukia, only not as high quality. And he had a face like a brick wall. The one consolation at being interrupted like this was seeing how obviously nervous the guy was to be addressing his superior. By contrast, Lieutenant Kukaki was cold as ice. "Yes." The death god bowed forward. "Ma'am, we've successfully stabilized this final area. No other incantations could be detected. Shall we proceed back?" She stood up, retrieving her bento and sliding it into a pocket of her coat. "Yes. Inform Soul Society of our progress, then dismantle the barriers. Have hell butterflies readied for our return." Just when Khan thought she had discarded his previous appeal, Rukia looked down at him. "When you get back, take a report to Imura-san about everything we found here. There's something I have to deal with on my own." "Yes, Fukutai-ku," the man bowed once more before hurriedly taking off. It was a little scary the way she said that, not to mention how she looked right now. When they were alone again, Rukia knelt beside her ardent admirer. She slid one of her gloves back on, mouthing a brief incantation as she did. Immediately blue energy flowed around it, and the familiar symbol of a flame-encased skull appeared on the glove's palm. Rukia regarded him for a while. "You're sure about this, Khan? You won't be able to move around as freely as before." It means a drastic alteration on your part that could take some getting used to. Untroubled, he regarded her steadily right back. I know what I want, Ne-san. And maybe someday, you will too. All right, then. If you're certain. With that she tapped him lightly on the forehead. Immediately the green marble containing his soul emerged from the plushie's mouth. As the doll collapsed she caught him before he could hit the snow. Held securely in her palm, Khan experienced a rush of déjà vu. This was like that very first day together, when all his fears had disappeared at finding himself cradled in this strange young woman's fist. What better way to start anew? You'll have to remain in pill form for the trip. Your vessel couldn't come through without time-consuming measures. But even so, it's going to be tricky business from here, make no mistake, Khan. Believe me, I know. But it's worth it, Ne-san. That's decided, then. So saying she slipped him into her pocket and leapt across the park to join her troop. Nanao Ise did not consider herself a prig. She would not balk at anything unclean on principle, nor did she automatically condemn behavior in others that clashed with her own. In fact, she liked to think of herself as a very accommodating individual. One of the benefits of living around a thoroughly hedonistic yet likable man for decades, it tended to rub down any hard edges concerning such behavior. This allowed her to temper what might otherwise be an instinctive need to provoke confrontations. Gimme a kiss, baby. Nanao whirled and slammed a tightly clenched fist into the nose of the drunken slob approaching her. Show! She roared at the same time. This added the strength of Kido to an already quite powerful punch, resulting in her tipsy admirer spinning end over end before colliding with a pack of his equally wine-soaked fellows. She then strolled by the large tangle of groaning limbs and spilled fluids with all proper decorum. Yes, a tempered response. Were it not for her finely honed sense of appropriate behavior, that might have gotten out of hand. They should all take note of her discretion and learn a very valuable life lesson. Did you think he was cute? I thought he was cute. Maybe you could nurse him back to health and then the two of you might hit it off? Such matters have no bearing on our reason for being here. Oh, you always say that. Seriously, one of these days, you're going to find a man, and I'm going to be just thrilled. Can we discuss this another time, Urshii? Fine. I'll go update my picture collections, then. Maybe I'll run across somebody perfect for you. Say, do you remember that officer from the 4th people always confused you with? I've got his picture around here somewhere, let me just. Nanao tuned out her Zanpakuto's latest flight of fancy in favor of locating her target. Fortunately for her he had been in the material plane. A simple casting of Bakudo 58 proved sufficient to pinpoint the person in question somewhere in this spirit hostel. Situated amidst the ruins of an old temple in the jungles of Cambodia, it was a favorite stopover for members of the former 11th Division. Many a wild and raucous party had been held in these ancient halls of carved stone. The locals avoided it altogether, believing that unhealthy spirits inhabited the former site of worship. Some spoke of viewing strange lights within or catching eerie noises that emanated from that long-forgotten temple. More than a few legends had been born here, the type in which some luckless wanderer stumbles upon a party of demons and is forced to participate in their revelries before being allowed to go free, usually based on his ability to outwit the fiends and thus escape a terrible fate. Glancing around at the drunken force of death gods, Nanao had to wonder just how much intelligence it would take to outwit these buffoons. She had retired from her position in Soul Society shortly after they managed to codify a new structured hierarchy. Actually, the reincarnated Godi I-7 was as much her doing as anyone else's. She had labored tirelessly to fashion a system that would allow the shattered 13 divisions to congeal together into an effective force once more. Such an undertaking came naturally to her, and she suspected the captains had been more grateful than they let on to have her skills assisting them in this heavily administrative task. The comprehensive outline she left them in terms of rules pertaining to division of labor, logistics, communication, punishment, inter-squad relations, and even academic training was hailed by many as an absolute masterpiece. It worked so well it made the old way of doing things seem positively archaic. The fact that she could produce a system of such caliber in just a few days was taken as further proof of Lieutenant Ise's genius. Actually, Nanao had been idly designing setups like this for decades. It was a sort of hobby for her. After all, she was not blind to the failings that existed in the Godi I-13 throughout her tenure as a Shinigami. Over a century of devoted study on the matter yielded several concepts which seemed so perfectly obvious it surprised her no one had them before. Of course, there was the possibility that someone did indeed put forth such proposals, and been quietly hushed up. That sort of thing happened more often than anyone below officer level might suspect. Which was why she had wisely chosen to keep quiet. And so her meticulously tailored plans remained as nothing more than filler in drawers. On the rare occasion when Nanao went out drinking with her lady friends, she could be goaded into explaining some of her ideas, provided enough alcohol had been consumed. But as with so many great proposals that were revealed through guzzling booze, nothing truly lasting came from it. Until now. Unfortunately, the results in this case were hardly flattering. Well, Siamese Company was always intended to be a mop-up crew. You needed that sort of thing in any organization. No great expectations. A body sailed through the air in front of her, followed by a loud chorus of approving cries. The slender bookworm narrowed her eyes against another urge to do violence against the offending parties. Something told her no ideas would be forthcoming from this night's festivities, great or not. Just a lot of killer hangovers. It was rather dispiriting to see all her organizational efforts reduced to nothing thanks to these goons. They could try to act a little less like Tiger Company for her taste. It wouldn't do to have two bunches of destructive morons running about the dimensions. Still, there was no time to waste attempting to discipline this sorry lot. With her spell still active, Nanao knew exactly where to go. She left the party being held in the Sanctum Sanctorum and moved through narrow corridors that sported a wealth of carvings. These marks detailed legends and history that predated her own time by centuries. It seemed disgraceful they were only looked upon by happy soused ghosts. At the very least, though, there seemed to be one other person here not joining in the festivities. When she came upon a small room off to one side, a voice called out to her. "Come on in, Nanao-san. My door's always open." There was, in fact, no door to speak of. The room she stole into was bare, its trappings and furniture having been looted or smashed ages ago. Only moonlight entered in through several narrow windows high up. Such illumination was completely unnecessary for her to determine the room's sole occupant. His powerful aura ensured no one need ever overlook him. Sprawled on his side, her host seemed absorbed in several of the new data pads spread on the floor. "Yo," he greeted her easily without bothering to rise or look up. In contrast to this laid-back behavior, the former lieutenant observed all proper protocols. Kneeling down, she inclined her head in greeting. "Abarai Teiku." Renji Abarai, the captain of Siamese Company, made no further response. He continued to shuffle through the small collection of screens before him, a mighty frown causing the tattoos on his forehead to take on new shapes. Whatever he was reading there was obviously not to his liking. The white haori he wore, a concession to the old ways, was sleeveless in the style once favored by captains like the 6th and 3rd. Other than that, Renji had seemingly adopted the new uniforms advocated in her prodigious refashioning of Shinigami customs. His own was distinguished by a red band that cut down the front. Each new division had their own color. It really brings out his hair, don't you think? These armored outfits were based on designs once proposed by Captain Kuratsuka for use by all Shinigami. Initially so invasive as to be incapable of removal once put on, the med scientist had found the time to address those concerns prior to his disembodiment. The resulting material was extraordinarily durable and lightweight, composed of specially treated reishi that served to protect the body while maintaining a flexibility of movement they were all accustomed to by now. It relied upon the user's own ryotsu to function properly, meaning that the stronger the individual, the more powerful the armor became. Also, spiritual loss to the environment was restrained thanks to the fabric's construction, which prevented any enemies so inclined from leeching off the wearer's own strength. Apparently this was done specifically in the case of combating Quincy, the reason for which was pretty obvious if you knew the creator's history. It was a very impressive and long overdue concession to the old Godi I-13's embarrassment of a casualty rate. With their numbers reduced, it was only natural that such a modification be included in the refashioning of traditional ways. Coming back to the present, Nanao resolved not to speak further. Renji seemed absorbed in studying whatever information had been relayed to him. She herself had a pet peeve about being bothered while working. Many was the former subordinate in the 8th who had been chastised harshly for interrupting her during a marathon paperwork session. Certain important things in life required one's total attention. For this she was willing to wait upon the captain's pleasure until he felt it suitable to begin. The rugged death god made a disgusted noise through his teeth. He rubbed his neck as if to ease out a kink, then dropped the data pad with an exclamation of disdain. Damn it, I cannot figure all this crap out. His eyes flickered over to her then, and she could read the plea implicit in that look. Without another word Nanano rose and glided forward. She retrieved all the data tablets, nimble fingers gliding over their surfaces to call up the pertinent information. Currently the screens were a jumbled mess, and she applied her skills to discard all irrelevant data and leave only that which was necessary for the obvious business at hand. When this was finished, Nanao handed them back to Renji. He examined the new readouts. Oh. That actually makes a lot more sense. Haven't lost your touch, I see. She continued to wait while he read through the reports. Eventually Renji left off his studies and fixed his eyes on her. He looked her up and down closely. Then a small smile curled his lips, making him appear much less imposing than before. You're looking good, Paper Master. Retirement suits you. Nanao couldn't help but wonder how many nicknames she had been given throughout the years, the majority of which only seemed to come into play now that she was no longer a lieutenant. Still, that hardly mattered at the moment. It's about as much work as before, she explained. I've never lived with an actual family in any capacity up till now. The Kurosakis can be nearly as infuriating as Captain Kiraku. The high-ranking officer nodded in understanding. Then he actually laughed. When she looked at him inquiringly, he responded with, "It's strange talking to you out of uniform. I never knew Lieutenant Nanao Ise to discuss anything other than work. That crazy bunch really has been working their magic on you." It was true. In addition, Shunsui had often remonstrated her for being too terse with people. All business, he used to state in description of her social skills. Now that she was living on her own, Nanao had decided that was indeed an area of her personality requiring improvement. And so, having fulfilled all social requirements to her own satisfaction, the sorceress got down to brass tacks. "I'm here to talk to your co-seat." "Ah," Renji grinned. "That's more like it." He propped himself up to cross his arms over his chest. "I guess this visit has something to do with Hueco Mundo then." It was rather pleasant to be treated with as much accommodation as he was showing. Not all the captains were so receptive to her entreaties following her decision to leave. A natural craving for knowledge made Nanao ask the next question. "How is the situation over there?" His eyebrow tattoos were back to wiggling in consternation. "Total mayhem. But that's to be expected with anything concerning Zaraki and the ELE. I mean, the Tigers. Siamese has its hands full just getting anybody to stop swinging long enough to give us a report." His face split in a grin then. "I'm pleased to report that we are considerably more disciplined than that bunch." There came a loud crash from back down the hall, and what sounded like a bunch of big merry idiots laughing hysterically. Nanao turned back to their commander with one eyebrow raised ever so slightly. She couldn't help noticing that Renji's cheeks were just a bit pink. "Rikaki!" He shouted loud enough to be heard across the valley. "Tell those idiots to keep it down." "Yes, Captain." A voice called from out in the hall, followed by the sound of someone scurrying away. Renji smacked one fist on his knee and ground his teeth, growling like a dog. "I oughta kill those mooks for making me look stupid." Nanao shifted her glasses to hide any irritation. "Teiko, I don't mean to intrude on your command, but is this really the best use of the men's time while you're on furlough? I know how difficult it must be for you all as the liaison between our forces in Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, but still, they seemed nearly as uncontrolled as Tiger Company when I came through. It's not that bad." The young captain insisted in somewhat of a panic, apparently having forgotten their relative positions. He was rushing to explain himself like she still had some measure of authority. Perhaps in his mind she did. "I mean, at least we maintain a sense of, unit integrity in the field. He's dreamy when he gets flustered." I wonder how he would react if you kissed him right now? I am not going to behave like a woman of loose morals, Yurishii Ononoko. Try and keep that in mind. His long red coxcomb rustled as Renji's head dropped forward. You should see things over there, Nanao-san, he spoke softly and in a much more somber mood. We've witnessed worse stuff being done than I ever thought possible. I don't know if those Vazard really had a plan on how to handle things going in, but ever since they lost one of their own, they've forgotten everything but fighting. Whenever we go back, it's like whatever we managed to accomplish before has been completely destroyed. Sometimes I think it's not worth bothering at all. His head came up then. So yes, I think some actual honest horsing around is just what my men need. Without threats of any kind. They need to remember that they're not considered to be just expendable soldiers anymore. There's life outside the fighting. That was the plan all along, right? I want to make sure my guys at least never forget that. A faint but certain smile caused his face to lighten. And you never know. Some amazing things can result from drunken parties. The expression he wore was far more sober than just a moment ago, reminding Nanao that not only was this man now a captain, but he had willingly taken on what could very well be the most difficult job of them all. That alone spoke volumes for his growth in terms of maturity. It increased the respect she held for Aburai far more than any white robe could ever do. The battlefield hero of the Autumn War had truly come into his own, as a leader of men and as a man himself. Nanao, are you blushing? What? No. Stop being ridiculous, we're losing track of the conversation. Honestly. I respect your reasoning, Aburai Teiko. But back to the matter at hand. Oh, right, he perked up then. You came to talk with Nilil. His head lifted as though he were reaching out with his senses, though nothing could be discerned through the spiritual avalanche that was his division. It looked like his ears twitched slightly. Then Renji turned back to her and said, she's up on the roof. Her boys are with her, and they're getting their freak on. You might want to wait until they're finished or they might decide to drag you in on it. He coughed in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Speaking from experience, mind you. What do you think he means by that? Whatever it is, we are definitely not getting involved in their debauchery. But it could be fun. Do you honestly think that would sway me? I guess not. Very good. I see. Thank you for your help, Teiko. I won't keep her long, I just need to ask some questions. Nanao rose upright, then hesitated. Is there anything else I can do for you before leaving? Nah, I'm good. But thanks. Come on back anytime, Nanao-san. Don't be a stranger. I appreciate the invitation. Though I can hardly see myself ever taking it up, she added silently. As she began to rise upwards towards the ceiling, Renji suddenly called out. Wait, Nanao-san. Just one thing. When she looked down at him, the captain stirred a little uncomfortably. But his eyes held no doubt when they rose to regard her. Is it true Rangiku showed up on your turf? Her head tilted backwards, and she regarded him from below the rim of her glasses. It is. HRRM. Aburai Renji reached down to touch the Zanpakuto tucked into his sash. Just don't underestimate her, okay? She's a lot smarter than some people gave her credit for. And a lot stronger too. I think she might have actually been the most powerful out of all the lieutenants before I gained Bankai. I know, Nanao responded softly. Thank you. She didn't really need him to tell her that. 100 dead Shinigami would serve as ample warning to just how strong and crafty a person might be. But the sentiment was appreciated. With a final bow she took her leave, floating up to pass through the ceiling and into the open air. The sounds of the festivities below still reached her ears. Added to the din, however, was a noise unlike anything else. Intrigued, Nanao floated gracefully in pursuit of this mystery. On the highest reaches of the overgrown temple, cracked and weathered stone that had withstood the test of time now found itself being put to a very unorthodox use. Wow! Didn't know people could bend that way. Indeed. Under the moonlight, a half-naked woman and two scar-faced men in loincloths were engaged in a synchronized dance performance. It was almost hypnotic in its sheer incongruity and weirdness. But there was no doubting the talent on display. When their leader whipped her long green hair around and gyrated her hips, both men copied these movements at precisely the same time. Eyes closed, the lead dancer swayed smoothly back and forth. A few feet away a music device suddenly picked up its tempo. For all the world, it sounded like pop music. The sort commonly preferred in the living world nowadays. The dancers responded in kind, the woman lifting one knee diagonally across her body while putting both hands on the shoulders of the men to either side. Each then dropped down and proceeded to engage in what looked like one-handed push-ups with their legs spread wide apart. A quick reversal of position, and now all three lay on their backs, legs kicking playfully in the air. All other instruments dropped off until there was only a snare drum for tempo. At this cue the trio then crossed their legs at the knee, one foot wagging in lazy time to that beat. Without warning the instrumental score started up again, at which point the dance party bolted upright. They followed one another in a line, taking 2 steps and halting, bent at the waist with backs curved while their hands spun around one another in circles before flicking off to either side. It oddly reminded Naneo of chickens scratching in the dirt for feed. Yet somehow, they managed to do even this with grace. A loud burst of sound came, and the men rushed down the roof while their limber leader began performing a set of somersaults and flips in that direction. The speed at which she spun made Ise dizzy just watching. When this world-class gymnast reached a certain point her legs bunched beneath her, and she uncoiled up from a crouched position to go shooting into the sky as though shot from a cannon. Her cohorts positioned themselves below, catching the falling star so that she ended resting on their palms. She flung out her arms, kicked up her heels and struck a pose there on the roof of the temple. The men remained frozen for support. Right then the music cut off. Panting, Nilil Tuadolshvank, co-captain of Siamese squad, took a deep breath and let it out with a laugh. She looked down, finally noticing the silent witness to their performance. Oh, hey. Without any sign of discomfort at being caught in this odd display, the former Espada vaulted down and strode forward. She picked up a tattered white robe off the ground, using it to dry her face off as she approached. What can I do for you, Naneo-sensei? Do that again. Please tell her to do that again from the beginning. Oddly enough the sword's wielder found herself tempted to make the very same request. Instead Naneo took in this woman who exercised near total control over the largest squad of Shinigami in existence today. Unlike her troops, Nell did not opt for wearing armor of any kind. Her concessions to dress included a short black sleeveless shirt that left her midriff bare, over which was a dark leather cowboy vest complete with tassels dangling off it. To accentuate the Western motif she also sported a pair of black open-backed chaps on her legs that had as much fringe as anything else. However, in place of pants Nell elected to wear only something that could easily pass for a swimsuit bottom, also in shades of black. What this meant was that when she turned around to instruct her companions they should take a break, Naneo was treated to not only a very close shot of her bare legs, but also the female captain's full posterior. It made her avert her eyes resolutely until the other woman came back around. I am sorry to disturb you, Nilil Teiko, but, that is to say, I would have called ahead, only you weren't. Light brown eyes watched her with curiosity as the former Tercera Espada tugged on a battle-worn white robe. This whole affair was making Naneo dreadfully self-conscious. Only a few inches of height separated them, but all the same, she couldn't help feeling small, compared to Nilil. Of course this had nothing to do with how it looked like the Aaron car was smuggling watermelons in her shirt. It was more owing to the powerful aura that surrounded this figure, made all the more unnerving in that it clearly belonged to a hollow. Positioned on her head was the top of a misshapen skull with horns that curved around themselves in the manner of a ram. A crack along one side spoiled its otherwise perfect symmetry. As the shared leader of Siamese Company, Nilil exercised top control when their party was active in Hueco Mundo. By contrast in Soul Society Renji issued the orders and she obeyed. Command was shared when on Earth. All of which was entirely Naneo's idea. It came to her in a sort of inspiration when she heard rumors that the two of them were seen around town together. This arrangement assuaged certain influential people who had balked at the thought of a hollow presiding over the affairs of Shinigami. 5 months later, Siamese had failed to self-destruct as some predicted. By all accounts it was flourishing. Nilil's friendly personality, her war record, and a certain cult status in terms of fans had helped to ease things along. Nanao felt proud at the part she played in shepherding this powerful soul into their ranks at a time when the Shinigami desperately needed every superior fighter they could get. Actually, the then second seat of Squad 8 had been instrumental in convincing her fellow officers to give the Espada and her familiars a chance. Before leaving, she even took it upon herself to instruct Nilil in what one had to know in order to fit into a Shinigami camp. It was, perhaps, a way of assuaging any lingering misgivings Nanao might have felt at leaving her life as a death god behind. For her part, the Mercurial Hollow had expressed gratitude for Nanao's diligent instruction. She even referred to her as sensei. Still, the fact that the trio was alone out here on the roof indicated a perfect fraternity had not been formed yet. But if any debt actually existed between them, it was time to collect. Nilil Teiko, she began, I am here to ask about. Do you like my outfit? Renji helped me choose it. Nell placed one hand on her hip and another in her long luxurious hair, the pose showing off her impressive figure for all it's worth. He said it's the latest thing. A more bald-faced lie could never be uttered. Nanao seriously considered upbraiding the man over his ludicrous and distinctly perverted fashion sense. Out loud she simply responded, yes, it is very flattering. Now, as for why I came to call. The captain's head whipped around. Oi, Pesha. Bring up the disco set next. I want to shake my groove thing in the golden triangle. Yes, ma'am. Her obedient servant called while conversing with his partner over the music box. Sorry about that, Nell apologized as she turned about. What were you saying? Apparently she had picked up a few bad social habits from her new comrades. Resolving not to waste further time, Nanao launched directly into her reason for being here. I wanted to ask if you could tell me anything about the Wild Hunt. At those words, the pink war markings across Nell's cheeks bunched in a grimace. The former Tercera glanced down at the ground and began to pace slowly about, one arm draped over her stomach while she stroked her chin in thought. Her face now wore a troubled look. That figures, she muttered. Something felt strange in this world as soon as we got here. So they've been through. I should have known this would come back to bite us. Nanao followed along behind her uncertainly. The Arrancar beauty stopped in her tracks to glance back. Ah. My apologies, Nanao-sensei. I don't mean to act so vague. It's just this is a difficult topic, especially for someone in my position. A matter of conflicting loyalties, you might say. Nothing to be concerned about. How is conflicting loyalties not something to be worried about? Don't make this any harder than it needs to be. I would be most grateful for any insight you can offer me on this matter, ISE stated with deliberate calm. As you have by now surmised, the Hunt has recently become active again after no small amount of time. Our field research on this particular enemy is spotty at best. We have only conjecture as to its motivations, assuming it has any. I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity you presented before determining what might be our best response. This explanation apparently did nothing to dispel the misgivings Nilil was obviously experiencing. She looked over at the two unmasked hollows before speaking. I don't know how much help I can be. Not that I'm trying to be evasive, mind. I do know a few things about the Hunt that might be useful against it. Only. Nilil then appeared to size up the woman before her. You're not thinking of fighting it alone, are you? Nanao crossed her arms in emphatic fashion. Certainly not. I know that it would require a large party of Shinigami, preferably led by a captain. My only purpose in being here is to avail myself of any knowledge you possess before someone faces it. Nell then beckoned off a ways from where her fraction still collaborated. Both women drew to the side until they could be assured of some privacy. The turncoat Arrancar sat down then, indicating Nanao should do the same. When they were both facing one another, she stated, by someone do you mean? Ichigo, maybe? No, never mind, I take it back. Maybe we should begin with you telling me what you know about the Hunt. Nanao found herself immediately warming to the topic of discussion. It reminded her of debates held back in her academy days. And this was a previously untapped source of information she had here. What a delicious opportunity. The Wild Hunt is active mainly at night. They target individuals, and once they catch their prey's scent, it is impossible to escape without defeating the hunt itself. This is highly difficult, as fallen members of the pack can seemingly revive from any injury, no matter how fatal. Some have speculated they are all Vastolord, or even a phenomenon deriving from another plane of existence altogether. To date, no confirmation exists either way. The most widely accepted method of victory is to survive until sunrise. After this, the hunt cannot maintain its existence properly and must return to whence they came. The procedure varies if they manifest during daylight hours, which as far as we can tell is not very often. Nell regarded her with head tilted to one side. She leaned on one arm, wealth of viridian hair sliding off her shoulder in a fall of lustrous silk. Figures, you would be well informed, Sensei. By comparison, what I have to offer is more folklore than actual battle strategy. Okay, maybe a little beyond that. Then she gave a desultory groan. Well then, let's get started. And be sure to tell me if I'm only repeating what you're already familiar with. Make yourself comfortable. With eager goodwill, Naneo complied. There was little she loved more than a good story, a passion that harkened back to her younger days. Her rapacious reading habits were a result of this childhood appreciation for storytelling. Dutifully she strove to hide any improper excitement and settled in to listen. First off, I have never encountered the hunt personally. It's a highly mobile entity. Never stays in one place for very long. Usually all you find are its tracks, in the form of inhabited areas you once knew now being reduced to lifeless pits. And in Hueco Mundo, that's not a term to be used lightly. Which is why most hollows don't bother talking about it or even want to know too much to begin with. Fortunately, Eisen insisted that his espada be up to date on anything that might concern our welfare. So we all learned a few things, about each other, our potential opponents, and the things considered a little of both. That included the wild hunt. Is any of this old news to you? Naneo shook her head. Neliel looked to consider this for a while, then raised a finger before her audience. Since you're obviously familiar with its habits while hunting in the human world, here's what you might not be aware of. The wild hunt is a collection of Minos Grande hollows, but not just any garden variety type. In case you didn't know, the hollows that go into the formation of a Minos tend to be of low power that have scavenged one another in cannibal fashion, in turn growing stronger and eventually forming conglomerations with those of similar bent. That means hundreds or even thousands of weak hollows are packed into one giant mass, which then becomes the standard shape of Jillian you might be familiar with. They're indistinguishable from one another, both in form and mind. Their only saving grace is incredible power, which is why you Shinigami normally sent in at least a lieutenant to combat one whenever they showed up in this world. A burst of music interrupted this recitation. Both women looked over to where Pesha and Dondakaka had taken to arguing over the proper use of the music box. Naneo considered the pair, one lean and ropey, the other squat in a manner reminiscent of a tree stump. They certainly looked like regular souls, especially after having lost the skull masks. However, each of them was actually a conglomeration of different entities in the same manner Neliel described. Despite ample evidence of this, she found it difficult to believe. But a hollow hole never lied. Where do you suppose hers is located? I still don't see it anywhere. Naneo chose not to answer, ostensibly because the person in question had resumed speaking. After a while there sometimes occurs a reaction within the collective in which a certain powerful spirit begins to assert dominance over the rest of the raging swarm that comprises a Jillian. If this strong soul is able to suppress all the rest, the generic Minos starts to take on distinctive features in response. It regains something resembling a personality, and is able to respond better to its environment, which aids in the survival process. This is the first step towards becoming an Agichas like me. Excuse me, Naneo interrupted while adjusting her glasses, but I am familiar with the basic evolution methods you are describing. Nell nodded. Okay. Then do you know what happens if a Jillian fails to reach Agichas? One eyebrow rose. Not specifically. Accumulated information is normally more robust regarding successes than failures. Neliel traced a slow circle on the stone beneath them with her foot, toes sinking through as though it was a mirage. If the presiding soul, for whatever reason, is unable to maintain its dominance or fails to feed in a manner that would keep its control stable, then it gets absorbed back into the carnivorous collective it came from. And as a result, that Minos will never again be able to establish a dominant personality. The result is that what could once graciously be called a bloodthirsty monster turns into something completely and utterly wild. It's deranged past anything resembling normal behavior for a hollow, meaning that it never rests, never examines its surroundings for any period of time at all, and never bothers to distinguish one target from the next. It just hunts, constantly, until it either runs low on energy and is scavenged by other hollows or winds up getting destroyed by a superior opponent. There's simply no other way of dealing with them. Naneo shivered at the prospect. I don't remember anything in our records that would indicate what you've described. Other than Fenris. That's because a de-evolved Minos doesn't even have enough awareness left to know how to leave Hueco Mundo, her informant responded. It's ruled by instinct and is incapable of coordinated behavior. Which is why they usually end up starving in some out-of-the-way corner of our world without anyone on the outside learning they ever existed, especially Shinigami. Are you saying these failed Minos comprise the Wild Hunt? A point of contention immediately rose up which she didn't hesitate to voice. But if they can't leave Hueco Mundo, then how do they? There's a leader, Neleal declared heavily. They stared at one another for a few seconds. In that time, Naneo's pulse began to beat faster. Excitement gripped her in the face of new evidence pertaining to an ancient mystery. Filled with scholarly zeal, she leaned forward and whispered one word. Cernunnos. The captain's horned helm nodded in confirmation, while Naneo's eyes practically blazed behind her spectacles. Here at last was the first ever official confirmation of a creature all Shinigami knew only by its codename, Hunt Master. Many were the scholarly battles she had observed or taken part in regarding the debate surrounding the Wild Hunt, but no one could ever offer concrete evidence one way or another to support the various theories. Until now. What is it? She demanded. I can't tell you. No, not because I don't want to, Neleal hurriedly interjected when she seemed about to protest. Rubbing her stomach absently and fingering the dangling strips of leather there, the hollow resumed with explanations. No one can say what it really is. Cernunnos is a title we gave to something we don't understand but still fear. Eventually the word traveled into the legends of humans, which is how you know of it. The Horned One might be a rank among the Wild Hunt. This indicates a level of sophistication that should be impossible for their breed. But Cernunnos does exist, of that you can be certain. It's the proverbial stag that runs at the head of the pack, heightening their bloodlust and leading them where they are supposed to go. Different members have worn the crown of antlers. Aizen postulated that Cernunnos is as much prey as it is their leader, because evidence exists that its identity has changed several times throughout the ages. Our legends hint to a transferal of power. The old leader is brought down by a stronger contender, and as a result this new champion assumes the mantle of authority, gaining its clarity and the ability to lead the rest. Naneo frowned, placing a hand to her chin in thought. So they can be killed for sure. An idea occurred to her and she looked up sharply. Have any hollows ever attempted to destroy the hunt? For self-preservation, I mean. They would have as much trouble finding it as killing it, Neleal replied, gazing distractedly at Ise's fingers. The Wild Hunt was rumored to live somewhere in the heart of Hueco Mundo. What we refer to simply as the Dead Zone. This is the same place where our so-called king, Baragon Lusenburn, held his court for several centuries. Since normal hollows can't survive in the conditions inside the Dead Zone, hardly anyone even knew he existed. Naneo rifled through her memory. Lusenburn, the Segunda Espada during the war, correct. That's him. Anyway, Aizen suspected that Baragon actually controlled the Wild Hunt to some extent, because he was the sort of overbearing despot who insisted that everybody he was aware of bow down and kiss his bony rump. He wouldn't let anyone off the hook in that respect, not even the Wild Hunt. So if they were neighbors, Aizen felt it was guaranteed the two were affiliated, or at least more aware of each other than anybody else could lay claim to. She broke away from staring, beautiful eyes lingering on the dark jungle flourishing around them, seemingly lost in memories. Feeling like an eager child being told a story by her cherished elder again, Naneo strove to contain her impatience. And Neleal came out of her trance with a slight jerk. And he was right. We learned that the hunt did indeed serve King Chicken Bone. They were his most dangerous weapon. Unfortunately, not much else is known about the Wild Hunt. Certainly nobody we asked had ever spoken to Cernunnos. Although about a year prior to Aizen's official ascension over us, they were sent out into the world with a mission to exterminate the archers. You mean Quincy? Naneo gave a sudden start. Ah. That's right. The last recorded appearance of the Wild Hunt was when they massacred a large portion of the Quincy hierarchy. Soul Society sent a response team led by 2 captains to face it. The force was nearly wiped out, but the hunt was apparently driven off thanks to their intervention. Nilil chewed her lip, apparently unimpressed to learn of this. I suppose. Anyway, right after that and before Aizen took power, when Baragon realized he couldn't stand up to him, it was rumored he took steps to minimize the gain his hated enemy would make from assimilating his whole army. If the rumors can be believed, Baragon supposedly sealed the Wild Hunt away in a secret place only he knew about. And there they remained, lost to all memory but his. That would explain why nobody has seen the hunt in over 30 years, Naneo pondered aloud, another puzzle finally being brought to light. This Segunda didn't want Aizen to gain its strength. He must have planned to release it when a chance presented to rise in rebellion. Only then. A shiver stole up her spine as a thought came unbidden. Exactly. Since Baragon was himself imprisoned in Nirvana along with Aizen, he never had the opportunity to unleash the hunt. By all accounts they should still be locked up in whatever cage he made for them. The fallen soul shifted in her seat and fixed the other woman with a fierce gaze. But now according to you they have been set loose. Which could be an indication of something much worse than just the hunt. Naneo slid the glasses up her nose with one finger to hide any sign of discomfort. Nilil clearly did not lack in terms of mental acumen to have deduced the real reason behind her worry. She was right. If the hunt had not only been located, but also freed, this could imply that someone had been entrusted with the required information necessary to do all that. Meaning contact with the denizens of Nirvana had somehow been established. And that was a best-case scenario. In the worst, their greatest nightmare had happened, Nirvana was open again, allowing the ones trapped inside to roam free. Unless someone stumbled on the Wild Hunt by chance. Someone who also had the power to break their bindings. The odds of that happening were not good. More information was what they needed here, but it might already be too late. A niggling question that had been bothering Naneo chose that moment to make itself known. Nilil Teiko, if I may ask, how exactly did you learn all this? Udalshvank had become absorbed in seemingly playing with her tassels again. Oh, Ichimaru got it out of Baragon's servants. Naneo's eyes narrowed in sudden suspicion. He tortured them. Not exactly. Those sympathetic features were lost again. A dreamy smile curved her lips. Jin always said information extracted through pain was unreliable. After the Shinigami took charge, he made it his duty to learn everything they needed to know. He did this by interrogating certain members of Baragon's court. Nell scooted a little closer, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Naneo strove to suppress any lingering instinct to shrink back. But while she told herself this particular hollow was entirely different from others of her breed, something about the way the woman looked right now served as a reminder that there still remained a good deal of the Soul Eater in her. What he did was, first he bound them with a Shinigami spell so that they couldn't move or speak. Then he put them together in a room. Once he had his audience, Jin brought in some flunky nobody knew. And that's the one he tortured. He asked it questions while he did this so that the others could hear. Jin promised to let the little hollow go if it answered truthfully. But since it didn't know anything it couldn't answer them, and he kept right on torturing it. In front of the others, so they could all see. And hear. And smell. When it was over, he got another one, and he put it through entirely different torments. And then. Her eyes were boring into Naneo at this point. There was a hungry look on that lovely face the Shinigami did not like. One hand hovered near the sleeve where Urshii Ononoko remained tucked away in case of emergencies. Nell licked her lips before proceeding. He informed all the bound hollows that he was going to do the same thing to each of them. And once he started on the first, he wouldn't stop for any of the others, even if they told him what he wanted. The only way to escape was for the first one he approached to immediately divulge all information regarding his questions. The rest would be allowed to live as a result, but they still had to talk. After that he had them put into separate cells far removed from each other. He waited an hour. Then he walked into one of the cells. I think he picked it at random. But as soon as Jin opened the door, the guy inside started screaming out all his secrets. It was a tad disturbing how fondly Nilil seemed to be reliving these moments. As for Naneo, she was no longer enjoying this recitation, on any level. The one telling the story didn't seem to take note of her discomfort. He visited the others, and they confessed too. Because of this we learned a great deal about the wild hunt. In addition, none of Baragon's men ever knew if they were the one who broke first. That way they lost all confidence in one another, and themselves. Killed 2 birds with 1 stone, Jin said. Aizen was very pleased. I see, the slender spirit swallowed against an involuntary urge to gag. She stood up quickly. The hollow's bright eyes followed her every movement with a predator's intensity. I must be going now. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Nilil Taeku. I'm grateful for all the help you have so kindly extended. We should confer like this again in the future. I'm not sure one of you is going to have a future, considering the way she's eyeing us. Nell suddenly rose and stepped forward to grasp Naneo's face with both hands. Fingers slid into her coal black hair. Startled, the smaller woman was much too shocked to do anything as the hollow leaned close. Her eyes shut as she inhaled deeply before letting it out with a heavy sigh. Damn, you smell delicious, Nell murmured. Naneo? Draw me. Quick. Before her mistress could decide on whether this action might be prudent, the reformed Arrancar took a step back. She wore a crestfallen expression like a child who had just been told there would be no dessert this evening. You Shinigami have it made, Nell said while inspecting her anxious colleague from top to bottom. When you get hungry, you just hang out in Soul Society for a little bit or grab something to eat. With us it's different. After a while, we have to eat someone. Hollow, Shinigami, or plus. And since I threw in my lot with you guys, all that leaves are hollows. Her eyes drifted over to where Pesha and Dondakaka waited patiently. Being around all these death gods makes me so ravenous sometimes, it's all I can do not to eat my boys. Makes me wish I was Vastolord. They don't have to feed unless they want to. That sounds difficult, Naneo finished awkwardly while shivers traveled up her spine. It is. Captain Adolschwank flashed her a wink. But I get better every day. Her face then split in a warm smile. I've enjoyed chatting with you, Naneo-sensei. We should get together more often. You're very good company. I would like that, Ise found herself saying, then wondered where such a response had come from. Clearly it was time to leave before anything truly regrettable happened. If you will excuse me now, Taeku. Nilil nodded. Bye. Naneo took off like a shot, disappearing towards the first fingers of dawn. Behind her, Nell went back to her longtime companions with a distinctly heavy heart and grumbling stomach. To dispel this malaise, she resolved to dance until she dropped from exhaustion. As the sounds of swinging 70s music reverberated over the East Asian landscape, Renji Abarai settled back on one hand, considering. He had heard everything that went on overhead with perfect clarity. Ears like a dog, after all. It was just a bit alarming for a while there when Nilil was talking about her hunger. He had been ready to rush up in Naneo's defense should the need arise. It was not always easy sharing command with a hollow, even one as thoroughly likable as Nell too. Rather than dwell on this issue, he chose instead to consider what the matter of the wild hunt might mean for the Kurosaka family. And those who held an interest in them. Had anyone been present to see his current position, Noboru Kauki might have looked to be in trouble. The boy was currently flat on his belly all the way out on a large branch that grew from the side of a cliff in the Peruvian Andes. This precarious position was in no way reflected in his bearing, which was loose and completely relaxed. Dressed in a red and white basketball jersey and baggy trousers that cut off mid-calf, the barefoot youth defied appearances by being perfectly at ease despite hanging over a 1,000-meter drop. His shaggy black hair was roughly cut and kept falling into his eyes, which lent him a wild appearance. Nut brown skin gleamed a healthy shade in spite of his somewhat skinny frame. The wind at this altitude seemed to offer him no trouble, especially with the sun out on such a beautiful day. At the present time Noboru was lazily swishing a long stalk of grass over a clutch of young falcons in their nest. Summer in the tropics meant lots of animals to play with. The newborns conceived in spring had lost their clumsiness and could employ virtually all the skills of their elders. Plus they were much more curious, not to mention willing to play. These young hunters focused attentively on his teasing lure, their sharp black eyes following its movements. Sometimes they snapped at it with prepubescent beaks, causing him to yank the stalk back with a grin. The game kept them all occupied while their mother watched from her place in the nest. Noboru had made friends with the gerfalcon who called this spot her home a year past. He named her Pluma, and they were close companions. A large and fierce bird, not native to this region, he suspected she had escaped from captivity in a nearby city. Now they were neighbors and he came out to visit her at least once a day. The eggs were safe this high from any who might do them harm save for the odd scavenging buzzard. When it suited him Noboru would defend the nest while Pluma went hunting. Sometimes he would sit and watch as the majestic predator soared and swooped through the sky, riding motionless on currents of air and occasionally flapping with powerful strokes. It made him wish he had wings, just to know how it felt to wield such mighty pinions against gravity itself. His gaze drifted away, almost allowing the chicks to snatch their bobbing target. Some mountain climbers were attempting the dangerous northern face of Sola Grande off to the west. From here they were just tiny colored specks. He waved at them, though they couldn't see, and anyway it would have been foolhardy to break their concentration on that dangerous ascent. Noboru let his hand drop. He should have been content, way up high and with the Andes spreading out in eternal splendor below him. But for the last hour he had been bothered by the impression someone was watching him. This hardly carried the same clear presentiment of danger from a week back. That had been so strong it forced him to go into hiding among the catacombs. He only recently come out, bored, restless and eager to see how things were proceeding or whether the threat had passed. This was different, though. More like something trying to hide itself around him. It left the solitary youth feeling edgy. "Do you sense it too, Pluma?" he whispered. In response the young mother cocked her head at him and quirked helpfully, indicating she did not. She then went about preening some ruffled feathers while her brood nuzzled each other in small displays of dominance. Noboru stood up, considering. Maybe it was time to head back into town, lose himself in the hustle and bustle of the provincial capital Tingo Maria. Anyone who could successfully track and evade him out here was bound to be trouble. He could have sought his underground refuge again, but immediately rejected that option. "I just came out. A little paranoia, maybe that's all this is." Whatever the truth, it was time to seek a different locale. Sticking the stem of grass in his mouth he turned his face to the sun, glorying in it for a few moments longer. He then looked back to the small family of falcons. "Adios, Madre del Viento," the boy stated in preparation of departure. "Wish me luck, eh?" Pluma continued her ministrations without further notice of him. "Some friend you are," he teased. "Well, let's go." With that he swung off his perch and sprang nimbly down the snow-swept mountainside. Farther up the cliff, a small form rose from her hiding place. She held the broken branch from a bush to offer token concealment. Without losing sight of her fleeing quarry the spy tapped a signal into the communicator on her wrist and spoke 2 words. "Located Masahiko." Then Yurura crept forth to continue her surveillance. Writing at her desk, so iPhone paused upon feeling a sense of incoming orders. Moments later this was confirmed when a hell butterfly flapped through her window. The captain raised her wrist and allowed it to alight there. Instantly its message came through. "Masahiko's been found." Finally. For months she had awaited this confirmation, learning as much about her target as Lady Yoriyuki would allow. She knew exactly what methods to use. At last the time to act was here. Thus the diligent squad leader rose and prepared to depart. At a wave of her hand a flock of hell butterflies sprang forth, their messages pre-recorded and ready to be imparted as they flapped to their destinations. On the desk she left a tiny figurine in the shape of a black cat. Her lieutenant would recognize this symbol and act accordingly. Certain clandestine messages would be left for the others obedient to her will. Her departure was as thoroughly planned as possible. One quick burst of shunpo later and the captain stood on the roof of a building in the Siriti beside Kojiro Sasakaibe. They exchanged a glance before both took off towards a gate to the living realm, all in service to the Shihoan clan. "Nei-san, please don't. It'll be all right," she assured him calmly. "Trust me." He had very little choice in the matter. But whatever confidence in the world he possessed came from Rukia. Still, this was asking a lot, even from her. Khan had come home. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute loomed before them, a sprawling whitewashed estate that gave no outward hint of the fiendish debauchery that went on within. It left the disembodied mod soul feeling as though he was standing before the gates to hell. "Abandon all hope" should have been written above the doors, which themselves were intimidating just by being so enormous. There was something grand and imperial about the place, as if they were about to set foot inside the Forbidden City. An apt analogy. There could be absolutely nowhere more foreboding in existence than this insidious complex. Khan had been born here. And it was here he almost died. What in the world could have possessed his Nei-san to bring him to the Institute of all places? She must have no idea what went on within. Only this could explain how she could so casually ring the bell like that. As he was busy pondering, a large eye opened in the door and looked at them. "Who goes there?" A high-pitched voice intoned. "Nei-san. You'll be fine," Rukia sought to assure him. "Let me deal with this." "Who is it?" The voice continued crossly while that massive orb swiveled as though in concentration. "Speak up now, what do you want?" Inside the great black hole of its pupil could now clearly be seen a reflection of Rukia, and at this all words trailed off. The tiny Shinigami stood before that ocular gatekeeper, one hand resting on the hilt of her soul cutter. She looked absolutely fearless and just a touch angry. Her very stance lent the impression that whoever stood behind this door was about to get their ass thoroughly kicked. "I am Rukia of the House of Kukaki, and I wish to speak with your superior." As if on cue the voice dropped several octaves in pitch and subservience. "Of course, Ajou-sama. Please enter and be welcome. Someone will be along to assist you momentarily." A crack appeared down the portal and both sides split apart, allowing them entry. Meanwhile Khan marveled at the sight of his Nei-san asserting her authority. "Now that's what I'm talking about. Show em who's boss, Rukia." Once the door had opened fully, the diminutive lieutenant swept in without hesitation. As soon as she was inside, it shut behind her. Expecting to find themselves before a darkened corridor lined with torches, Khan was surprised to note the interior appeared well lit and held nothing of particular menace. The entryway branched off in service corridors to the left and right while the main hall spread out before them. No one was in evidence. Tucked safely in a pocket of her uniform, Khan took the chance to observe. He had never been this way before. His experience with anywhere outside the labs was brief, having been smuggled out a side door and clandestinely shipped to the living world. His senses as a pill were actually not limited by the demands of a body, meaning he had a full range of vision in all directions. This was in no way disconcerting. It was his natural means of environment surveillance. And best of all, he could inform Rukia if anyone was trying to sneak up on her from behind, above, or below. In this place, the more aware you were the better. Ajou-sama. A short dark-haired girl with glasses and pigtails came jogging down the lane towards them. Her expression appeared quite chipper, not to mention she was rather cute. All this led Khan to wonder whether or not the place had undergone some major remodeling since his creation. The girl had caught up to them by this point. Dressed in a white lab smock that reached to her knees, she offered a humble bow and came up smiling happily. "Sorry for the bother. Hyusa was on visitor monitoring today, he gets so fussy in between meals. No discourtesy was intended, and I humbly apologize on his behalf. Had we only known you were coming." "No matter," Rukia intoned as she swept on by. Her tone was all business, and the girl had to jug to catch up. "My visit was entirely unplanned. I hope this in no way causes the staff inconvenience." "Oh, we always have time for you, ma'am." The kid smiled while cleaning off her glasses. Replacing them back on her face, she was off again. "Akon said to take you to the observation gallery. He should be with us momentarily, busy conferring with the boss right now." "She's at work on, well, you know. Yes, I understand. I don't, Khan thought to himself. Who were they talking about? Could a woman be running this place now? Wasn't Sandalhat supposed to be in charge now? And why was everybody acting so courteous to Rukia? Sure, she was a lieutenant, but the R&D Institute was kind of like its own little fiefdom, removed from the regular hierarchy of the Godi 13, or 7 now, that was going to take some getting used to. The girl kept up a line of chatter the whole journey, while Rukia responded in civil terms until they reached their destination. This was more like Khan remembered, dark with muted glows from computer screens and devices. The observation gallery turned out to be somewhat misleading in title. There were banks of monitors attended by peculiar characters in white lab coats. But this was only part of the layout, which also included huge transparent bubbles submerged in the walls and floors. Within these containers were rooms, each housing some type of ongoing experiment from what he could tell. Khan saw everything from living hollows being dissected to grotesque horrors right out of the most obscene science fiction. There were pyrotechnic displays so powerful they looked like miniature suns under glass, creatures that flowed from solid to liquid to gaseous while retaining their outlines, and even what appeared to be some people peacefully sleeping while their dreams were broadcasted and analyzed. At random intervals, though, the rooms would change, those on the walls sliding off to one side as though on a turntable and the floor varieties flipping around like a pancake, only to bring some new experiment into view. Several of the lab's denizens gathered around these displays or congregated on floating platforms, scribbling notes, and commenting to one another on what they considered relevant. It reminded Khan of car shows with the models on their revolving platforms being ogled by passing buyers. I wonder if I was ever put on display during development like this. While the lab's residents seemed unfazed at being surrounded by weird abominations on all sides, when Rukia came in heads turned. Khan could hear them whispering, and his perplexity only grew. The Patronus. They gasped to one another. And, the Patronus is here. Things were getting downright eerie. How did Nissan fit into all this? She spoke briefly to the girl, whose name turned out to be Anzu. Their chirpy guide tapped the floor, and a chair sprang up out of nowhere. She gestured for Rukia to be seated. Once this was done, Anzu promised to go check on Akon before skipping away. That left them alone with the other interested academics, many of whom looked freaky enough to qualify for being on display themselves. Was this a scheduled visit? I would have prepared something she'd definitely like. Maybe she would be interested in my proposals. I should go and... Don't. The boss gave strict instructions not to approach her for anything unapproved. Refreshments. We need refreshments. Where's Rin? He usually has some snacks squirreled away. Somebody go find Rin. Rukia didn't appear troubled to be the center of so much attention. She simply sat there, eyes lowered and chin lifted proudly. It was like she was pulling an impersonation of her icy older brother. If so, she had the attitude down pat. When one of the scientists approached her with an offer of a steaming cup of tea, she took it with a nod and then went back to waiting patiently. For his part, Khan remained worried. If these freaks all ganged up on her, Nissan would be overwhelmed. And nobody knew precisely they were here. Had he realized this was where Rukia intended to bring him, he would have kept his mouth shut and never brought up the topic of a body. Some things just weren't worth it. Right then a door down the way slid open, and a dour-looking guy with bed hair and horns sticking out of his forehead joined the party. He loped briskly towards them. Rukia rose at his approach, both nodding in greeting. Rukia-sama, the new fellow sighed while giving a smile that served to make him look even more devilish. Akon-san, she responded. Thank you for seeing me on short notice. I'm glad to be of service. Akon didn't look particularly thrilled when he said that, but neither did he seem peeved. Just kind of, unimpressed was the best word. Like he was only waiting patiently in the wings until someone told him it was his time to take the stage of life. Would this be about the dimensional landscape undertaking? If so, I'm pleased to report we have had great success in carrying out trials, thanks in part to the research data supplied by your family's effort. In less than a month we should have a fully functional and stable housing model for those people currently residing in Halos 5 and 6. We're calling it Tier NA Nog this time. That is welcome news, but not the reason for my being here. A friend of mine is in need of a jjigae I made expressly for him. Without further ado she reached into her sleeve pocket and withdrew Khan's shell. He cringed inwardly when Hornboy bent in to get a closer look, even more so as there seemed to have gathered a large crowd around them now. Everybody wanted to get a peek at what their Patronus had brought them. It made him sweat figuratively inside his candy pill housing. Some of these faces were actually familiar, and not in a good way. "May I?" Akon inquired as he held out his hand. "Nissan, I don't like this." She didn't respond out loud, only looked down and offered him a warm smile that seemed to say, "Have no fear." It served to help his nerves. A little. They really did seem to only be interested in pleasing her. That meant well for him. All the same, when Rukia reached out and deposited him in Akon's palm, the loss of contact left Khan chilled. She could no longer hear him. And this guy could. He therefore resolved to clam up for the time being. Meanwhile Akon had taken to inspecting him closely. Another fellow whose face looked as though he were either deliriously happy or suffering from raging hemorrhoids leaned in so close his fetid breath washed over Khan. "Well, that's definitely one of our Jikangan," Mr. Happy Meal declared. "Quality workmanship, excellent ease and entry." He shook his head and looked around. "I'm having a bit of trouble confirming its parameters. Is anybody else noticing the same?" A big hairless frog in a white coat ambled up. Lacking lips or eyelids, he looked as though someone had purposely left out half the facial features normally attributed to a human. This was made even more evident when he spun a crank on his head, causing one eye to extend out on its stalk and hover right over Khan. "You're looking at this all wrong, you porridge head," the blob proclaimed pompously while sucking on his exposed teeth. "Its parameters are off because this is a mod soul." That revelation ratcheted up a storm of conversations. Cries of, "Oh my goodness!" and "Really? Really?" now filled the air. Several more people attempted to poke and prod Khan but were thwarted by Akon, who moved with surprising grace and speed to avoid these efforts while lifting his curious features back to Rukia. "Is that the way of it, Kukaki-sama?" "It is. His name is Kaizo Konpaku, or Khan for short. I would like assistance in seeing him ensconced inside a suitable vessel for his continued benefit." The two of them stood at the center of that feeding frenzy of academic interest. At last Akon's brow furrowed in clear distress. "You know we're still in your debt. But I'm afraid the decision is simply not mine to make. On this matter I am obliged to bring it up with the boss." Rukia nodded. "Then please lead the way." At a gesture from Akon the mob parted to give them room. With him in the lead they then moved back the way he first came. Khan was finding it just a little discomfiting, but his new handler did nothing that might be considered threatening. He led them along a plain corridor without any attempt at small talk or bothering to recognize the environment. For his part, Khan was having some difficulty mapping the layout ahead. It was almost like the lane before them changed imperceptibly whenever they drew close. A slight shifting in perception that registered only briefly before reverting back to normal. He began to wonder if they were passing through some kind of checkpoints, and Akon's presence was the only thing unlocking the way before them. Best not to think about what might happen if they didn't have a guide. This hunch became more plausible when the end of the hallway appeared when previously he was certain a long stretch of corridor remained. Behind them Rukia was taking all this in stride. Clearly this was not her first visit here. Just how strong was the Kukaki family influence if even the R&D bozos kowtowed to them? Money might not buy happiness, but it certainly got people's attention real quick. When he was a few yards away Akon slipped a hand into his coat to re-emerge with what looked to be a small flashlight. He held it up, and right at that moment another eye opened in the door. Again. Its slit pupil flared red with a destructive force Khan could practically feel. Quick as a flash the scientist Shinigami flicked on the device, and a burst of bright blue light illuminated them all. The warding eye blinked, its power seemingly disrupted as a result. No further signs of attack came from it. Akon continued to apply the flashlight on and off in a complicated pattern, causing the doorkeeper to blink in response. All the while their party drew ever closer until at last they stood in front of the portal. Its guardian had gone back to sleep. Seriously, what is it with these guys and ocular fixation? You'd think they felt someone was always watching them. Maybe it was a theme. Khan wondered at all the security in this place. Was it to keep someone from breaking in, or to deal with something that might break out? The door rose upwards with a low rumble. At last they found themselves in the office of the chief of the R&D Institute. The boss will be with us shortly, their dead-eyed guide informed them. A meeting with the captain of Heron, as you're no doubt aware. Rukia nodded in understanding. Meanwhile Khan was busily sniffing out their new setting. The place was oddly bare, as though the person who worked here had absolutely no sense of personal decor. Every available surface was the same yellow metallic color too. If he didn't know better he would have sworn the office was gold-plated. But that was too crazy to believe, even in this madhouse. Without warning a hole opened up in the floor close by the desk. Blue light came from it, and Khan could feel something rising up from below. Akon turned at this while still holding onto him. Ah, there we go. That took less time than I thought. Khan had been expecting Urahara, or maybe one of his little helpers. Instead it was Death herself who rose before them, and Khan couldn't help himself. He screamed. Any. Nay. That was as far as he got before green eyes focused on him, cutting off all attempts at speech. They were exactly the same as he remembered them. Worse than the Dragon Lady, so much worse. No warmth, no life. The eyes of a mechanically efficient killer. Reach in. Pluck out a helpless mod soul. Take it away to be incinerated. The rest got to listen to pleading screams only they could hear. Until it was their turn. She was always there. Watching them with those flat uncaring green eyes. His death looked upon Khan, and lunged for him. Nay-san. A shriek torn from the bottom of his soul. She couldn't have heard him. All the same, just as Death's fingers were about to close over him Rukia intervened, slapping the shocked Akon's palm away and snatching Khan out of the air a split second before the murderous demon's hand clamped down over her own. The two women stood face to face in that gilded hall, staring one another down while the target of their confrontation sobbed gratefully between them. So fast. His death had moved so fast. The only reason Nay-san had been able to reach him first was because she was standing much closer. Otherwise he might already be. Nimufukotaiko, Rukia winced against what felt like a vice around her fingers. What is the meaning of this assault? Nimue Kuratsuka stared at her for a while longer, then looked at their conjoined fists. This is an aberrant product. It was scheduled for termination years ago. I must carry the decree out. The other officer shook her head slowly. I cannot allow that. The determination in her voice was enough to send a chill through Khan's heart. This did not seem to impress his death. Mayuri-sama gave the order. I must carry out its execution. He belongs to me, Lieutenant Kuratsuki. Khan would have cheered to hear Rukia refer to him so possessively under any other circumstances. Right now, though, his guardian angel was facing down the mother of all his nightmares. Terror and worry were the only things he felt. Rukia Kukaki's eyes narrowed while her arm began to shake, smoke almost seeming to rise from their clasped fists. I am your Patronus. It is only thanks to me that this institute can still operate while lacking a captain without supervisory oversight from the other squad leaders. If you insist on destroying this mod soul, I will have no choice but to withdraw my support. Which means you will lose your autonomy, and everything within this building will come under someone else's jurisdiction. That includes the remains of Mayuri Kuratsuki. Death didn't so much as blink. Boss, Akon coughed, edging towards the struggling maidens cautiously. If I may, we both know Captain Kuratsuki ordered the mod soul's termination only under duress from the Council of 46. Given the choice I think you know he would have rather kept them. That's why no real inquest was made when one was reported missing. In a sense, to let this prodigal mod live would be honoring Mayuri-sama's wishes. When this provoked no reaction in their standoff, he leaned closer and added, I also don't believe the lady's captain would appreciate your mishandling her lieutenant. Her face showed no sign at being swayed by any of these arguments. Still, Khan got the distinct impression a debate of some kind was taking place behind that death mask. In spite of this he had to make something clear. Nay-san. I don't want you to get hurt. Please, no matter what she does to me, you can't fight her. She's too strong. So are we, big shot. Now cork it. Huh? Who the heck? Too surprised to even feel scared, Khan felt the pressure being exerted on him slacken. He then realized that Death had stepped back and now stood regarding them. I will respect the spirit of Mayuri-sama's wishes, if not the letter. That is my choice, she declared heavily. The purple-haired angel of hell bowed her head forward towards Rukia. Kukakia Jousama, I bid you welcome to our facility. How may we be of service to you today? Rukia slipped back a few strands of hair that had come loose in the struggle. Once her appearance was neat and tidy, she glanced between the two souls critically. You can start by providing this mod soul with a vessel to inhabit while we converse. I would like for him to be able to participate in our activities fully. Death seemed to consider this. I will arrange for something appropriate, though nothing that could be misused. That is a condition I must insist upon while it remains inside these walls. A mini-mu should be sufficient. The Shinigami lady smiled in a very unpleasant way. Whatever you think is best. Now, let us proceed. Khan had a very bad feeling about this. The marketplace of Tingo Maria proved to be just as vibrant and thriving as one could hope for. Tourists and locals alike browsed through the wares on display in search of something that struck their fancy. Exotic animals both alive and dead were for sale alongside crafts that purported to be authentic local goods whether in truth or not. This flat city nestled between mountains and jungle, taking advantage of both to ensure its prosperity. The Amazon rainforest to the east, Andes to the west. It was a settlement of modest size boasting a variety of elements both good and bad. Illegal smuggling could be conducted through the right channels along with a flourishing stopover in the drug trade. In contrast, the city officials worked desperately to provide entertainments and protection for the well-heeled foreigners eager to spend a lot or a little. All done in the name of Tingo Maria's continued security. It was a perfect place to get lost in if one wanted. In spite of this, Noboru's bad feeling had not gone away. The boy sat amidst a gaggle of street youths very similar to him in appearance. Few of them wore shoes and most suffered from a marked disassociation with personal hygiene. While to all outward appearances he belonged here, those in the know could tell his presence was foreign to the social dynamic. The other children spared him not a glance nor sought to include him in their games, which suited Noboru just fine. He preferred to remain on the outskirts of any activity so as not to draw attention to himself. Several of the children amused themselves kicking around a ball that was as badly in need of repair as their own grimy wardrobes. Girls participated as eagerly as boys, while those not so inclined hung around the market stalls, ever alert for a chance to swipe something or take advantage of a luckless tourist. The police in these parts would chase them off if so requested, but for the main they would rather not waste time on the prolific indigents. It was actually the city's preferred means of social welfare, letting street hooligans fend for themselves as best they could, so long as no one got hurt. At night they went back to their families or whatever served as such only to return the next day and start the cycle anew. Noboru paid attention to everything going on around him while projecting an outward air of nonchalance. He made no attempt to distinguish himself, and was rewarded with being practically invisible to anyone concerned. It was something he had practiced in order to be quite good at. Unfortunately, lurking like this remained highly boring. The colorful environment, the crowds all struggling and sweating to push their way through, the bright and heady summer day, it all served to leave him hungry for a way to really participate. There was nothing truly holding him back. Even the actual sense of being spied upon had vanished some time earlier without his knowledge. Which could mean it had all been his imagination. At the same time, Noboru misliked the idea that someone might be toying with him. His suspicions, real or imagined, served to keep him on edge. And so, frustrated and left with nothing else to do, he sat off by himself chewing a spent lollipop stick. Fabiola, don't touch that. You'll dirty your uniform. Yes, Miss Roberta. His ears perked up. The sound of that conversation cut through the din surrounding this market the way only something of personal interest could. Noboru felt his hands twitch in anticipation. Oh, no, don't go there. You know you shouldn't. Honestly, try and keep up, Fabiola. Don't go wandering off on your own, the master and I can't be bothered to search for you. This is a dangerous, messy city and not to be taken lightly. Fabiola, What did I just say? Don't go wandering off, Miss Roberta, and the city is a mess. Good. I'm glad to see you're paying attention. Master, forgive the bother. We are right behind. I just can't help it. This sounds too good to resist. Noboru got up and drifted through the crowd in search of his new diversion. Finally, a safe way to blow off some steam. Few things were as fun as teasing the bossy ones. And then he saw them. In the lead came an older gentleman dressed with expensive taste. He wore a tailored pinstripe navy suit and gloves even in this heat, with dark sunglasses and an English bowler hat of all things. In one hand was gripped an ivory-handled walking stick. The silver-haired sophisticate had a neatly trimmed mustache, and he walked with a sort of stiff-legged exuberance as if eager to be on his way. A black umbrella held over his head served to ward off the heat to some extent. Nevertheless there was sweat pouring down his face that he wiped away with a crimson kerchief from his breast pocket. Had a person tried, they could not have stood out more in this crowd. Following close in his wake were two maidservants. They wore the traditional black dresses with frilly white aprons and caps, as though they had just stepped right out of a Victorian novel. The middle-aged one doing all the yapping had her hair tied in two long pigtails that brushed against her ankles. Petite even in this part of the world, the maid squinted in the sun from behind a pair of thick eyeglasses. She might have been pretty were it not for the way her face contracted in obvious worry, gnawing her lip like she expected to be mugged at any moment. It was this one who held the umbrella that protected their employer from being scorched by the midday sun. While by no means tall, the older woman still towered over her small companion, who looked like a miniature doll version of the same. Only this girl was quite young, no more than 12 by his estimation. Probably from a poor family who thought she had lucked out getting a job working for this rich fellow. Her hair was tucked completely under its bun, and she kept her hands clasped before her and gaze rooted to the ground as though afraid of offending anyone by looking at them. The look of misery on that cute little downcast face would have drawn Noboru's interest even if she wasn't obviously being browbeaten. A trio like this simply screamed to be taken advantage of, in a way nobody else could. And yet he did not proceed right away. Something about their appearance gave him pause. Both women were obviously Asian, with fair skin that marked them as foreign, while the man had features that left him thinking Spanish Castilian. Yet the woman spoke English like a native. Even for tourists they looked out of place. What were people like this doing here? Then again, Japanese were not uncommon in Peru. And those of Spanish descent abounded on this continent. Perhaps he was simply overthinking this. I think that's decided. Now, let's have some fun. The master had stopped by a stand selling exotic birds in cages. As he inspected various fowl from hoisin to birds of paradise, the so-called Miss Roberta started in on it again. I do declare, one cannot find quality tour guides nowadays. She sniffed while nervously scrunching the fabric of her apron in one fist. Behind her goofy glasses, suspicious eyes flickered over the children playing nearby as sweat dripped down her face. To think that the travel agent called this city a pearl amidst the jungle. False advertising, if I ever heard it. They shan't be getting our business again, that's for sure. The master will not suffer a corrupt merchant besmirching his ears with false flatteries. Said master didn't seem to notice his vocal help. The rest of the crowd was avoiding her as well, their distaste obvious to see. Even the pickpockets wore expressions of contempt and chose to head elsewhere in search of less touchy game. The same could not be said for little Fabiola. She had attracted the interest of some of the boys loitering in the street. They approached her, whistling and calling out playfully in Spanish, a language she clearly did not understand. Noboru could tell they meant no harm. At least for the time being. They were just intrigued by this strange little creature wandering into their turf. And the way she blushed and steadfastly refused to look at them only served to gain their interest more. Naturally Miss Roberta did not fail to take note of this. Her reaction was nothing short of comical. "Shoo!" she screeched, rushing forward to grab Fabiola by one arm while waving her umbrella at them with the other. "Go on, away with you. Honestly, girl, show a little common sense. You can't go cavorting around with riffraff. Use your head, you witless child. Fabiola, I am talking to you, at least look at me when you..." The boys laughed and darted forward to wave their arms and make faces at her. The head maid reacted as though they had pulled knives. She began swinging the umbrella wildly from side to side, failing to strike anyone. More a danger to herself the way she almost overbalanced there and nearly pitched face first into the dirt. Doing so caused her skirt to flip up slightly. Right then Noboru knew he couldn't resist anymore. It just had to be done. He might feel bad about it later, but that would have to wait. Smiling in a mischievous way, he sidled along the street until he stood behind the panicky maid. No one took any notice of him. They were all too busy laughing at Roberta making a fool of herself. Let's see how they react to this. With that Noboru zipped in and made a grab for her skirts, intending to flip them over her head and be gone before anyone could begin to wonder what happened. That was the plan. Instead, in the very act of playing this giddy prank, his outstretched hand was snatched in a grip of steel. Noboru gasped, too surprised to react for a moment. He almost dropped the stick from his mouth but caught himself in time. Somebody caught me? Somebody saw me? How? The answers became clear when the maid Roberta turned around and looked at him. She no longer chose to appear in any way ridiculous. That much was obvious. Now a stone-cold mistress of pain glared at the shocked ghost whose hand she held in a death grip. Her free hand flew to her mouth, and one burst of spirit energy later, a woman dressed in weird black togs now had hold of him while the body she had discarded moved swiftly away to give them space. Noboru stared in shock at a pair of fierce black eyes no longer hidden behind glasses. He didn't have to see the sword strapped to her waist to know what just happened here. There was no mistaking her soul's feel. He had been caught by a Shinigami. You took the bait, as expected, the woman hissed. We heard tell of your preference for playing pranks on women. Perhaps you should have brushed up on your Japanese manga instead. Then our disguises might have been seen through. Having realized his situation, Noboru Kauki did not struggle. Instead he relaxed completely. From the corner of one eye he saw the unusual gentleman come strolling forward to address his phony maidservant, while at the same time a spirit that looked just like him observed Noboru's predicament without a trace of concern. This one too had a sword at his hip. 2 Shinigami. With Jigai now inhabited by attendant spirits. The other one, Fabiola or whatever her real name might be, was the only one of their group who did not give up her faux body. Which could indicate she either wasn't ready or couldn't do so. Best to prepare for both contingencies. Unhand me, Noboru stated evenly. If you don't you'll be sorry. We mean you no harm, Masahiko, the silver-haired man declared quietly. Lady Yuriyuki has sent us. Noboru flinched and glanced over in surprise. Was this a trick? They knew his code name. Plus he noted the Shinigami's uncovered eyes were of a distinctly golden color. Almost exactly the same as Yuriyuki's. Could they really be friends of hers? She had always told him the Shinigami were out to get her. It had been a while since they last spoke. Might this be an indication of some reversal of fortune? Perhaps so. Then again, that might not bode well for him after all. The Shinigami could have caught her, forced Yuriyuki to divulge his location. There was no way he was just about to take their word for it. Simply looking at the woman still holding onto him proved this lot was dangerous in the extreme. Now that you understand the situation, the female death god stated brusquely, you will accompany us. Your cooperation is merely a courtesy, and can be revoked at any time. Do not force me to resort to Kido to bind. Like hell I'm going anywhere with them. You said it. This close he really had only one option, but it suited his tastes well. Noboru maneuvered the lollipop stem in his mouth until he held it gripped between his teeth. Let's do it, partner. With that he undid the concealing spell. An instant later a naked sword appeared where the white stick had been, its handle securely held in his mouth. Immediately he swung his head around to send that sharp blade flashing towards his captor's unprotected face. He didn't aim to kill, only startle the woman enough to make her let go so he could escape. He had already planned out his route in advance. Instead Noboru was shocked when a sharp jolt traveled through his neck. Wide-eyed, the two spirits remained frozen before one another. It took only a split second for him to realize what had happened. She caught it. She caught it with her teeth. They were like mirror images of one another now. Lips bared in a snarl around his Zanpakuto's blade, the angry woman focused on him in a way that seemed to promise retribution for this assault. Noboru wasn't about to wait and see what that involved. Instead he worked his tongue around as best he could. Time for all that training to pay off. Bamboozle, Hanuman. Even somewhat tongue-tied, the incantation had its desired effect. The soul cutter changed instantly. Where once there had been a slim sword, now between their jaws each of them held one end of a bright red pole with inscribed gold caps on its tips. His spirit power ratcheted up far beyond its previous level, and Noboru took a brief moment to savor the shock in his opponent's eyes before completing his performance. Grow. Hanuman then extended to a length equivalent to 16 city blocks in the blink of any eye, dragging the woman with her molars still embedded in its surface along for the ride. The Nyoibo and its occupant passed through people and buildings without harm until she was lost to sight. Back. And just like that his weapon magically returned to the size of no more than a meter. Just in time, because the other Shinigami was leaping forward with an incantation on his lips. Bakudo number 8, Winding Binding Chains. In response Noboru planted his pole end first into the earth and used it to propel himself out of the way. The spell actually turned in pursuit of him, but from this vantage he caught it on the tip of Hanuman. With a few deft twists of the pliable staff, the whole mass of crackling energy was wound around its length like spaghetti on a fork. He then flipped this constrictive sorcery back at its caster, forcing him to dodge aside or risk being ensnared. Noboru landed on the roof of a low building, examining the layout below to determine his best course of action. A sharp rush of instinctive fear caused the barefoot fighter to spin around, weapon at the ready. He had been expecting to see the woman back again, and was surprised to find the dour-faced girl called Fabiola streaking towards him. So slack and disinterested were her features that Noboru could hardly believe she was attacking him. But when her foot lashed out in a kick, he brought Hanuman up to guard, and nearly lost his footing from the impact. Mercy, but she was strong. This alone would not have been enough to dissuade him. However, as a result of her flipping around like that, the young boy found himself being presented with a very clear shot of her white garter stockings and panties. Whoa! Momentary as this hesitation might have been, it proved costly. For the next thing he knew, Noboru was slammed roughly against the tin roof with someone's knee digging into his neck. Enough, so iPhone declared, a wealth of anger in that single word. The captain applied greater pressure with her knee to forestall any further attempts at escape. Absently it occurred to her clouds were forming overhead. Had Kojiro-sama unleashed his own soul cutter? That reminds me, she then plucked the released Zanpakuto from her captive's grasp, at the same time casually jamming her fingers into his mouth when he looked about to try and speak. No telling if this brat knew Kido or not. Best not to take chances. Bakudo 69, Silver Tongue striking A. The world went silent. Everyone grew still. So iPhone, the boy beneath her, and Yururu. None of them dared to move. From all around them, a guttural animal snarl made their blood run cold. It can't be. Not during the day. Why would they? Looking up, so iPhone found herself staring at the sky. Where once there had been a bright sunny day, now a huge gray cloud the size of this city loomed overhead. As she watched, a veil seemed to part in its Stygian depths. Revealed behind it was the shape of a stag with great branching antlers and holes for eyes. It's here. She breathed incredulously. The wild hunt was here. There was no time to ponder, as that entire mass of malevolent spirit energy suddenly rushed down in a swirling vortex of disruptive power that caused this planet's natural rhythm to scream in protest. It collided with the city, but then rather than leaving any sign of damage, the cyclone simply dissipated as though it had never been. Around them, the humans of Tingo Maria paid this supernatural reaction no mind. Some of them shivered as though uncomfortable despite the warmth before proceeding to go about their business. Noboru took advantage of the distraction. He grabbed hold of So iPhone's leg with both hands and managed to wrench himself to the side, freeing his neck. As he rolled upright, one hand lashed out to seize hold of his Zanpakuto, but the captain recovered in time to keep it from being wrenched away. Or so she thought. Before the ninja mistress could react, the baying of 1,000 bloodthirsty beasts sent a shock through the very spiritual ether of this world. This disruption made it feel like she was standing on a violently tilting surface, a storm-swept ocean rather than solid ground. Yururu had fallen to one knee, while So-iPhone rocked back and forth in a desperate effort to stabilize herself. For one instant her grip slackened, and Noboru seized this opportunity to pull his weapon free. He then turned and shot away fast as Shunpo. Masahiko, halt! About to take off in pursuit, So-iPhone was stopped by the sound of a frantic scream. She looked down in time to catch sight of an exotic fish vendor crashing through the front of his stall. He shrieked through bloodied lips, tearing at his face and arms while what looked to be several piranhas sank their razor-sharp teeth into his flesh. Elsewhere, a child was wailing hysterically as several desperate passerby sought to pull away a stray dog that was savagely worrying her leg between its jaws. Without warning, the maddened beast tore away with bits of the child's skin dangling free. It then slipped swiftly through the legs of the frightened humans, none of whom attempted to catch the dog for fear of being bitten by the obviously mad animal. Uttering a ragged howl, it tore off down the lane. The world of the spirit impinged upon mankind even further. Everywhere birds tore free of their cages and took to the air. Monkeys and marmosets, dogs and alley cats, pigs and lizards. A veritable menagerie of insane beasts ripped loose of whatever restrained them and raced along the city streets, snapping and clawing at anyone foolish enough to bar their path. All of them were moving in the same direction Masahiko had fled. Kojiro dropped beside So-iPhone only for an instant. Their eyes met, and then both took off in pursuit with Yururu following swiftly behind. As she ran, So-iPhone cursed herself. Now things were so much worse. It was Masahiko the hunt had been after. His unleashing of spiritual power allowed them to get a beat on him. Could Lady Yuruyuki have suspected something of this nature? Was that why they had been tasked with locating him? Curse it! This is all my fault. I had him, and let him go. Yuruyuki-sama will be furious if they let the target escape, or worse, if he actually died. Resolve. And So-iPhone must not fail. I will capture the child. Destroy the hunt if need be. Whatever it takes to complete my mission. Even if it costs me my life. This I swear. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.